Thank you all for being here ready to go. We are going to be able to skip breaks today since we're starting late. That's going to be a good time. We usually get caught up anyway, which is kind of crazy to think about when you start 3 hours late to something. But starting it off, I saw really awesome. We have some congratulations in order in the chat. Let me see where it was. Boss Mom K just had a baby over the weekend. Congratulations, Boss Mom K. Your picture looks beautiful. I saw a ton of congrats for you in the chat. Thank you guys so much. We also had a very cute Fox super sticker, so thank you so much, Quentin. And good morning to everybody else, and good afternoon, good evening. We're all over the world watching this trial. So good morning to everybody. We will start off watching, do you guys want to do like 1.25 speed? And, we can slow it down, speed it up as you guys want. I know we're going to have Zachary back on the stand with Love still doing direct. But yeah, we can play it by ears. We can play it by ears. Speed it up, slow it down. And hello to everybody. I know, Drea, everybody's always asking about you. You are missed. Good to see you, Drea. So yeah, as long as we're all in agreement with 1.25 to start, we'll test that out. Hello, Queen Slime. Hello, hello. And yes, because Love's voice is brain numbing. All right, so let's cue it up. Make this big.
All right, anybody have issues for this morning? Anybody? We got our witness lined up?
Can you imagine if they didn't have Zachary ready? Oh, okay, maybe they don't. Why are we quiet? All right, lots of quiet. And we'll have to see if we get the squeaky chair today.
Whether the jury is.
All right, there we go.
The witness is here. Do you know whether the jury is ready? Not yet.
We could try 1.5 if you guys want. At least when it's like, if it's slow questioning. Did they turn the sound off again to wait? I mean, weren't they supposed to start at like 8:45 and be productive? Oh my gosh. This is exactly how we're able to get caught up when we start 3 hours late. It looks like they're about to talk, maybe. That's a lot of files on that desk. All right, here we go. They have some sound.
That got filed on Friday, right now, while we wait for the witness and the jury.
Okay, so now they're gonna, after all that, shouldn't they have started with this? They're gonna do a motion.
Good morning. Good morning, Christian. Your Honor, this is, and good morning, Your Honor, and good morning to everyone. This is motion limine number 60. And may I just have 1 second, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thanks.
Yes,
The import of
goal.
this,
Shout
Your
out to
Honor,
the
is that,
Vikings.
the state is calling a witness. His name is Mr. Bush, B-U-S-C-H. And he is the significant other to Jeffrey Williams' mother for a long time. They're not actually married, but they've been together for a long time. And the state has a police report, and they sent out an officer that on January 13, 2015, approximately 1:00 a.m., there's a shooting of a home. That responding officer, stated that he had information that the home is occupied by two persons. One is Mr. Bush, one is Mr. Sturkey, Sturkey, and there was a bullet hole to the front door of the home, and also 2 vehicles had broken glass based upon what is believed to be projectiles going through the windows of the items of the cars. So what I believe the state is intending to do with Mr. Bush is to relate that he lived there. He doesn't live there, but he'd been there. One of his cars was there. Jeffrey Williams' mother doesn't live there. And they are relating it back to 2+ days before the shooting of Donovan Thomas, and it's, quote, retaliation. The problem I have with this is I don't believe that the nexus has been laid. The state does not allege, I don't believe, who did the drive-by shooting. They are just saying that it was done in retaliation of the killing, and therefore it was targeted to Mr. Bush, who doesn't live there but has ties to that home, and therefore somehow this proves that Jeffrey Williams was involved in the shooting.
Is Mr. Bush the owner of the home?
No,
That part's wrong too.
he is not the owner of the home, but he had lived there previously. He had moved
Okay.
out. So I don't want the court to be misled. He had lived there. It's just he was not living there at that time. He hadn't lived there for quite a while, and Jeffrey Williams' mother was not living there. So to me, there's steps, the way I think, I just think very simply, there's steps missing. And what the state is saying is that there's been, I think the number is 40 or 60, I can't remember right now, but retaliatory shootings. And it's just like the court will remember, I believe, the Blue Flame incident. That's one of their retaliatory shootings. And the way the state says that is, well, a gun, shell casings found from a gun, a discharged weapon, are the same type or match shell casings that are found in another incident that relates to this supposed gang shootings back and forth. And the court excluded that witness entirely, told the jurors to ignore the witness or forget the witness unless it ties up later based upon the defense motion. And I feel like this is the same. Without knowing who the shooter is, without knowing the motivation of the shooter, it is pure speculation that this somehow ties back to Jeffrey Williams. And that will be the argument, I believe. That is my motion, and I'd ask, and tighten up all of these supposed retaliatory shootings, because several of them are this. It's the theory. It's really the theory of the prosecution, but we don't go on theories.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Love?
Thank you, Judge. And Your Honor, of
Oh,
course, we do.
are we
go on
using the podium
circumstantial
today?
evidence. And in this particular case, the state is not going to have anyone try and testify that Jeffrey Williams had anything to do with the shooting of the home. Well, he shot up the home where his mother's ex or current was living at the time.
No,
or
which is
may have
it?
Lived before then. Our evidence, I believe, is that at the time.
Hold on, she just had like 3 confusing points there. Like, you're trying to make your argument and you still don't know if the person was an ex or a current partner. That could be important for your argument, but let's just leave it confusing.
Time that officers arrived on the scene, they spoke with this person, Mr. Williams's mom's paramour.
Mr. Bush?
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Bush. And that
Judge is giving an
it
assist.
was conveyed to them that he, along with his roommate, Mr. Sturkey, lived there. So I know the court seems to get conflicting accounts or interpretations of what discovery has shown. And that is why we believe it is vitally important that the jury alone be given the opportunity to decide what weight to give, what information comes before it, and that the state not be curtailed based on the theories of the defense from showing the evidence to the jury and allowing them to make their decisions. We have several interviews. We have witnesses who say things that, and I don't want to try and represent to the court that there's going to be a line drawn that somebody said, I overheard this person say they shot up this house because it belonged to Mr. Sturgis or Mr. Sturkey or Mr. Bush or Mr. Sturkey. But what I am saying is that we're getting a lot of these attempts to curtail the state's case by limiting what the state is allowed to put up, as if circumstantial evidence is not a thing. So we'd ask that the court deny the motion in limine and allow the state to put up its strongest case, given that we have the burden of proof, no one else does, and that we should be allowed to put up as much evidence as the court allows us to prove each element of every count and every act in this case that we seek to put up.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to deny this motion in limine. It is given that there is evidence that Mr. Bush had lived at the house, still claimed, some sort of an interest in the house, and is related to Mr. Williams' family, not by blood, but I mean, he has a relationship with that family through Mr. Williams' mother. It's an admissible inference that a jury could draw. So I need to make sure that whomever, if there's going to be a police officer who reports on this, that they don't refer to Mr. Bush as Mr. Williams' stepfather, since it doesn't sound like that's accurate, but
Right, and to the extent that Mr. Bush referred to himself as any particular way, we would expect to have him testify about that.
I mean, sure, if he, however he wants to refer to himself, but, so anyway, that's my ruling on that.
Thank you.
Can I ask
Thank
you a
you.
question?
Uh-huh.
Just if it matters to the ruling. Even the police report on page 4 of 5, which I attached to the
Right.
motion, it's the third to last page. The- Starting at the 6th line from the bottom, Mr. Bush never arrived. He never, what you just heard was just wrong. Mr. Bush wasn't on the scene. It's Mr. Sturkey, the other gentleman, who came on the scene and spoke with law enforcement. Neither was home. No one was home at the time. And Mr. Sturkey appeared, and he advised that Mr. Bush frequents the house but does not stay in the house at night. So Mr. Bush did not arrive on the scene. That's what was just represented to you, if that matters in your ruling.
All right. It does not change my ruling.
Can we have a continuing objection, Your Honor?
You may. Do you know
That
whether
was
we have
a mess.
Mr. Zachary yet? Is the jury ready now? Okay, all right, let's get Mr. Zachary in and pick up where we left off. Yeah,
Did she just ask if we can put him on the stand? What did she ask? And thank you, FFS, for the super chat. It says, love stress for a funeral again. Or is she going to be a flight attendant right after this?
coming up
I
to
don't
the
know if
witness
she's gonna
stand.
fly off the
Take your hood off,
tarmac.
please.
He has the hood on. All right, so let's get the jury in.
Have Mr. Zach. Thank you. All right, we have Mr. Zachary back on the stand. I'll remind you, Mr. Zachary, that you're still under oath. Ms. Love, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And good morning, Mr. Zachary. Mr. Zachary. When you testified on Friday that the last grade that you attended was 8th grade, what school were you attending at that time? I'm going to put the microphone closer to you. Is that okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Zachary, would you please lean into this microphone so that both the court reporter and each of the jurors can hear you as well as the defendants, okay? What school was it that you were attending when you said the last grade that you finished in school was 8th grade?
Oh, it was CEP or Turner School.
Say that again?
CEP or Turner School.
And what does CEP stand for, please?
I don't know.
Was it Crim?
No.
Okay. Where was it located?
Off of Cleveland somewhere.
All right. And what year was that you would have
I don't know.
dropped out of 8th grade?
I don't know.
All right. Mr. Zachary, we were also talking on Friday about an August 5th, 2015 interview that you had with Detectives Gaither and Dennis. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. Now, is it that you don't remember talking about it on Friday, or you don't remember the interview in 2015? Which one is it?
I remember having an interview, but I don't remember.
Mr. Zachary, would you please lean into the microphone and speak loudly enough for the jurors to hear?
I
you?
remember having it, but I don't remember.
Okay, you remember having, what don't you remember then?
I just don't remember.
When you say you don't remember, what are you talking about?
I don't remember what happened.
Okay, what happened during the interview?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, since you remember having the interview on August 5th, 2015, when you met with Detectives Gaither and Dennis at the Atlanta Police Department, do you remember them asking you what grade you completed in school?
No.
Okay. Do you remember, let me ask you a different question then. Do you remember telling them that you graduated?
That was a lie.
Mr.
I don't
Zachary,
remember.
I can understand. And would you do me a favor? Even if you say it was a lie, if you could just tell me if you remember saying it or not, and then we can get to whatever else you want to say, okay?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you don't remember telling them that you graduated?
No.
Do you remember them asking you how far you got in school?
No.
All right. Do you remember, even if you don't remember telling them that you graduated, do you remember Detective Gaither asking you whether or not 8th grade is what you meant or something else, because people graduate from 8th grade?
I ain't graduate from 8th grade. Last graduation was kindergarten.
Okay,
I was in turn school, everything else.
okay.
Is Love asking all these questions just to show that he told detectives that he graduated? And that because he technically graduated 8th grade, maybe, because it's not clear by his answer, that means he was telling the truth to detectives back then. This is the example that she's trying to surgically dissect to show he was being truthful with Gaither and Dennis when he graduated school.
So
not the meat and
do you remember
potatoes.
Detective Gaither asking you whether you graduated from, what grade you graduated from? Do you remember her asking
Objection,
that?
relevance.
Sustained.
Do
Got
you
a
remember
one.
telling Detective Gaither that you graduated from 12th grade?
No.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that you graduated from Crim?
Objection, asked and answered.
Your Honor, I have not asked that question at all. I have not asked that question about, that's
Graduated from there.
whether he graduated 12th grade from Crim. I've not asked that question.
Overruled.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that you graduated 12th grade from Crim?
No.
Okay. Do you remember whether or not, let me ask you this, since you remember the interview, do you remember whether anyone was in the interview room when you got there?
No. I don't remember.
Okay. Did you come over to the interview room from the jail or from your home or from somewhere else?
Jail.
All right. So were you in a uniform like the, like similar to the one you had on Friday, but a different color?
I don't remember.
Were you handcuffed?
I don't remember.
Do you remember, since that part you don't remember, do you remember how many people were in the room with you?
I don't know.
Do you remember substantially less today than you did on Friday since the weekend?
Friday, I was probably on like 5 Percocet, 10 milligrams of morphine. I don't remember nothing.
Do you remember or do you know what your doctor said about your ability to testify despite what medicine you're on?
Close for here, sir.
I'm asking, do
Overruled.
you know?
He probably ain't never took no drugs.
Okay. So that's not answering the question. Do you know what your doctor said about your ability to testify despite what drugs you were on?
No.
Were you not present when your doctor said that?
Yes, I think.
Okay. Where were you when you heard him say that?
I don't remember now.
Do you not remember sitting in that chair right there?
I remember him being on the screen.
Okay.
Y'all ain't supposed to have him on the screen.
What now?
Y'all had me high. Y'all just talk me, trick me up on anything.
Say that for me again.
Y'all ain't even supposed to have him on no TV screen. Yeah,
What?
I don't, cause I put my business, my medical business all over the world and something, man.
Okay.
I was high. I was on medicine, full of medicine. The lawyer was back there arguing with me. I don't remember nothing.
Okay. So you did hear what he said?
I remember him being on the screen. That's all I remember.
Okay. Do you remember saying anything to anyone that you were not able to proceed or think clearly?
Y'all didn't ask me. I remember that.
Have you answered a few questions since you've been on the stand that I didn't ask you?
I don't remember.
All right. Now you are considerably quieter than you were on Friday. Does that medicine make you sleepy or something else?
Relax.
Relaxed?
It's your
You seem a little bit more
questions.
relaxed today.
You're asking
So,
yes or no mostly.
You are or are not?
I'm angry today.
Okay. So you're angry, but have you taken the same medicine today?
No, y'all won't let me get it. Y'all, I'm telling them I'm pain whole weekend. Y'all got me caged in the house. Y'all done. They got my mama like she locked up. Like
Wait a minute.
can't leave the house. Can't do none of that. Like
And that makes you angry with the state, right?
I'm going through withdrawals. Yes, I'm angry.
Okay. You said caged in a house. Are there bars on the home you were in?
No, they telling her when she can leave this and that. I ain't agree to none of that.
Did the state make you go back to the Fulton County Jail?
Shit, they should have. If I let my family feel like they locked up, I go lay down. I ain't tripping. I ain't one of them people scared to go to jail. I don't did 8-9 years. I ain't scared of jail.
Okay. Did you want to go back to the jail?
It don't make me none.
Did you tell the court you would rather be in the jail than be at your
Before I
mom's
let y'all
house?
just keep putting my family through this for something I did, I'm a grown man. I got my own house. I got my own everything.
Mr. Zachary, can you allow me to finish asking you questions before you answer? Did you tell the court that you'd rather be in jail than stay
I
at
don't
your...
remember.
Your Honor, would the court please apprise the witness to allow me to finish the question before he answers?
Listen to the whole question before you answer and try to answer the question that is asked, please.
Thank you. Did you ever tell the court that you would rather be in the jail than at your mother's house?
I don't know.
Sir?
I don't remember.
Okay.
That's not really what he
Now, were
meant.
you handcuffed inside your mom's house?
I might have well. Y'all took
We talked about that towards the end of the stream on day 134, that the judge didn't really get what he meant when he said that. That was his way of expressing that he wasn't afraid to come talk. He's not afraid of going to jail. He wasn't saying, I'd rather go to jail than go to my mom's house or the hotel or whatever else. So that's a misrepresentation, but defense doesn't really play with it.
my phones. I can't do nothing. I ain't agree to none of that.
Okay. That's not the question I asked. Were you handcuffed inside your mom's house?
No, I was on house arrest. I laid one on my leg.
A leg, okay. So do you now recall graduating from Crim?
No, I never graduated.
Objection
Last
asked and
graduation,
answered.
Overruled.
Do you,
last graduation was kindergarten. Everything else was returning school. Returning school on our graduation.
okay. Do you recall finishing 12th grade at Crim? You have to answer.
I told you I never made it to no 12th grade.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis in August 5th, 2015, that you finished in either 05 or 09, something of that?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor,
It's sustained.
I don't want to speak in front of the jury. May I approach with the
Oh
relevance?
my gosh. So now we need to approach to try to fight in private. I mean, maybe she has a point. Let me be fair and wait. Let me wait. Big shout out also to Watcher of Trials for sniping someone with a membership in the chat. I gotta be careful. YouTube's gonna get me for these finger guns. And also shout out to My Pet Goldfish 101, gifting a membership there. Shout out to all the goldfish pets out there. One of my friends just had to do a memorial for their goldfish, Tiffany. Was outlived by many others in the family. All right, so they're going up here. It might be a little bit. All right, this is looking a little bit lengthy. That was pretty quick. I just want to see, was Steele smiling? And thank you to ST Satchel gifting a membership. We can add that to the counter too, guys. We're up to 3.
Did you go down, and I'm sorry, Judge, I left the microphone up here. Did you go down to the Atlanta Police Department? Did you go down to the Atlanta Police Department because of a request from Detectives Gaither and Dennis, or did you request to speak with Detectives Gaither and Dennis?
I ain't never request speak no police.
Do you know whether anyone made a request on your behalf?
No, I know ain't nobody did nothing like that.
Do you recall Detective Gaither telling you, okay, so you wanted to speak to us, we're here. You kept trying to get to us, you've been trying to reach us, and now we're here,
No, somebody called them, asked them what was I locked up for. That was it.
okay? So when she said that to you, did you tell her, hey, I didn't call you, I didn't want to talk to you?
I don't remember what I told them.
Okay. If you didn't want to talk to them, did you have the sense that you could tell them you didn't want to talk to them?
No, I don't have no sense at all.
Okay,
Been on drugs my whole life.
okay. Now, when you say you've been on drugs your whole life, what kind of drugs?
Prescription drugs.
Sir?
Prescription drugs.
Okay. And do you take the amount of prescription drugs that you are prescribed, or do you take something different, a different amount?
Ain't none of your business.
Okay. Well, do you take an amount more than what the doctor tells you to take?
Ain't none of your business.
Your Honor, with the court? Actually, I withdraw that question.
Okay.
Does the amount of drugs that you take cause you to act a certain way different than you normally act?
It's just the drugs that I get. So, and you can take no matter how many you take.
Does it
Tough
cause you to
question.
act a different way than you would normally act?
Yes,
If you're on it all
What
the
way?
time,
calmer. I mean, not really calm, but I don't be focused.
Okay. And when you say that you're not focused, how does that show itself when you're talking to people? What does it look like?
Talk too much.
You talk too much. Okay. And when you're talking too much, do you later regret talking too much, or is it that why do you feel like you talk too much? What makes it too much? I'll rephrase. When you say you talk too much, what do you mean you talk too much?
I don't know. I don't understand what you're saying. I don't remember.
Okay.
do you guys think? I think we should count rephrase voluntarily as a sustained objection because she had to change because of the objection, right? So that would have been sustained. She would have had to rephrase. It was kind of voluntary.
When you went down to the police department,
I went down when he took me.
oh, you remember them coming to get you?
I know I ain't went nowhere. To wit, you gotta go down there yourself.
Say that again?
To being went, you gotta been went down there myself. I ain't went nowhere myself.
Okay. And when you say they took you, who are you talking about?
Whoever took me, I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember if it was the same people you talked to in the room?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, whoever took you, did they threaten you? On the way down there, did they threaten you? Whoever took you from the jail to the police department, did they threaten you?
No, I don't remember.
Is it no, or you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Now, are you taking the drugs now that you said caused you to talk too much?
No, I just told you y'all won't let me go get them. I'm withdrawing.
Okay. When you were in the interview room, or actually walking into the interview room, did anybody threaten you?
I don't know.
Sir,
I don't know.
when you got in the interview room, did anybody threaten you?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Shout out to Doug.
Do you remember whether or not you were asked if anyone threatened you?
I don't know.
This is all to establish truthfulness in 2015, guys.
Mr. Zachary, is it that you don't remember or you don't want to talk because you're angry?
I said I don't remember.
Okay. Now, did you sign any kind of form saying no one had threatened you and made you any promises?
I don't remember nothing. No years, no months. I don't remember nothing.
Then how did you remember being taken down to the police station from the jail?
Because I know I ain't went nowhere. I know that.
Okay. Did the drugs that you were on Friday help you remember that you were interviewed in August 2015?
No, I told I've been. Remember, I just don't remember what happened.
When you say I've been remembered, what are you talking about, Mr. Zachary?
I'm on probation for this interview, I'm on probation. So I know what I'm on probation for.
Okay, I'm not asking about probation. I'm just asking about the interview. When you said that you remembered on Friday, did the drugs that you were taking help you remember that you had the
I don't
interview
know.
on August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
Okay. Were you offered the opportunity to have a lawyer if you wanted one?
I don't remember.
When you were in that interview room in August of 2015, had you already been arrested and released from jail for that May incident at the gas station where you had the gun?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember how long you were out from when you were released then and got back in jail and ended up in that interview room?
I don't remember. In May to August, it had to be
Okay.
a month or two.
Do you know what you were arrested for in August, if it wasn't that gun?
I just told you I know what I'm on probation for. Yes, I remember what I'm arrested for.
Okay.
Yes.
So since the jury doesn't know, and I need you not to get into the details of things I don't ask you about, but could you just answer what it was that you were arrested for on the day you talked to the police in August, on August 5th, 2015? Do you remember what charges or what date or anything about it?
13 aggravated assaults, I think.
13 aggravated assaults?
Yes.
Okay. And were they aggravated assaults that had happened around April?
Yes.
All right. Were they aggravated assaults that happened on any other days?
You just said April.
I know what I said, but you're the only one that can give testimony. Were they aggravated assaults that happened on any other days?
What you mean, any other days?
Was April the only date that you had warrants for aggravated assaults for when you talked to the police on August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
Okay. At the time, did you have a lawyer in August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember.
Did you ever get a lawyer after August 5th, 2015 to represent you on those charges you were arrested on?
Yes.
And did that same lawyer represent you on the charges with the gun or somebody different?
Yes. Same lawyer.
Same lawyer? Okay. Did you ever ask for that lawyer in the interview on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember nothing about no August 5th.
Did you sign any papers saying that you understood your rights in that interview with Gaither and Dennis?
I don't understand nothing. I don't know. I probably signed. I don't understand nothing.
When you say you don't understand nothing, tell the jury what you mean, please.
I don't understand nothing.
What does that mean?
I don't understand.
You understand what we're talking about though, right?
Not really.
You don't understand the questions that I'm asking.
I understand about my case. That's all I understand about.
Okay.
Because I know what I'm on probation for.
If I ask you a question you don't understand, would you please tell me I don't understand so that I can clarify? Will you do that for me and for us?
All right.
Sir?
So I,
Thank you. All right. Did you sign a piece of paper when you talked to Detective Gaither and Dennis in 2015 saying, I understand my rights?
obviously I didn't understand them, but I don't remember.
So you wish you did not
I
understand?
said, obviously I didn't understand them, but I don't remember.
So why do you say obviously you didn't understand them, Mr. Zachary?
I had no damn being right there.
Sir?
I had no business right there.
Mr. Zachary, could you speak into the
I
microphone?
had no business right there.
You have no business right there?
Yeah.
Right where?
Talking to no police.
Why? Why'd you smack your lips just now?
Nothing. I don't know.
You don't remember why you smacked your lips just now? Okay.
I'd be petty. I would be like
Do you regret
badgering.
talking to the police back then?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you regret it?
Because y'all playing with people's lives.
All right. At the time you talked to them, did you feel like the police were playing with people's lives?
Man, I was young and dumb.
Okay, that's not the question. And I don't think you're ever dumb. At the time you talked to the police in August 2015, did you think the police were playing with people's lives?
I always thought the police play with people's lives.
Okay. And how old were you in August 2015?
20.
Sir?
20.
Did you have any trouble reading and understanding the papers that were put in front of you when you went to talk to Gaither and Dennis on August 5th, 2015?
You say what?
Did you have any problem understanding the papers that were put in front of you, like the stuff that when they had your rights on them?
Yes, I ain't understand nothing. I don't know how to read or write. If you look at right, you know I don't.
You said you don't know how to read or write. Is that what you said?
No, I don't.
Okay, Mr. Zachary, why? I don't know why you're saying what you're saying, but can you just answer the question for the jury because they don't know?
No, I do not
Exactly,
know how to read or
FFS.
write.
Okay.
Who else wanted him to say "cause they my lips," just like the "they my shoulders" from Moody?
Can you write your name?
Barely.
Okay. Can you spell?
My name.
Is your name the only thing that you can spell?
I spell a little stuff.
What's little stuff?
3-letter words.
3-letter words? Do you know how to spell your mother's name? That's a fair question. It has more than 3.
I have 4.
Okay, but you know how to spell it, right?
It have 4 letters.
Okay, but is that a yes? For the jury, I'm not the one that needs the information.
Yes, I'm not spell.
Okay.
The troll.
August 5th, 2015. Do you now live in the same place you lived then?
Yes.
Okay. You currently live in the same spot you lived in August?
Objection asked and answered.
Okay. Did you know the address that you lived at in August 2015?
I can say that. Yes.
I'm not going to ask you to say it. All right. And you still remember and know the address today?
It's still the same address.
Okay. Is that the place that you grew up?
Yes.
All right. Am I correct, given what you said Friday, that it was on somewhere on Cleveland? Not gonna say where.
Yes.
All right. And is that place a house or an apartment or something else?
Apartments.
All right. Did you tell Detective Gaither your address on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember.
Did you Did she ask you your address on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember nothing from 2015
Okay,
case.
say that again?
I don't remember nothing but my case I'm on probation for.
Okay. Do you remember talking about the case you're on probation for in August 2015?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I think we might need to do an informal poll. So first, thank you so much, Iron Rabbit, for gifting 5 in the chat. I saw everybody saying thank you in the chat. Super, super sweet of you, and always good to see you. And then Tay Biz says, I can only spell 2-letter words. Now, this is a question about the jury. Do you think any single juror, it only has to be one, put a 1 in the chat if you think one juror, just one juror, at least one juror, is buying his answers. Put a 2 if you think all 12 jurors unanimously and the alternate know he's BSing, think he's BSing. 1 for 1 might be buying it. 2 for absolutely 0 jurors are buying this. All right, we got a good mix in there. We got a good mix. We got some 2s, got some 1s. You know, Diddy's baby oil says 2, so, you know, Diddy's baby oil might be the clairvoyant one. A big mix in here. Like, it's like half 1s, half 2s. And remember, only 1 juror. 3 for half and half. Okay, so we think like 6 are buying it, 6 are not buying it. But yeah, guys, and this is all, the strategy here for Love is to establish that he was telling the truth back in 2015, rather than making stuff up back then.
Did you know your mother's phone number on August 5th, 2015?
Still the same phone number.
I got you.
Told you that already.
You did, but did you know it on August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
If you don't remember whether you knew it, do you know the last time or the first time you learned your mama's phone number?
Sustained.
Your Honor, prying into the witness's answer, would the court allow me some leeway to establish when he would have learned his mother's phone number? Because that is the phone number has relevance. No? Okay.
I want to make that 7 sustained because she asked.
Did you give the police your mother's phone number on August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
What's your middle initial?
T.
Does that stand for Tyshawn?
Thank you.
Did it stand for Tyshawn on August 5th, 2015?
I've been like that my whole life, I guess.
Did you tell Gaither and Dennis that was your middle name on August 5th, 2015?
I don't ever remember telling nobody in the world my middle name.
Sir?
I don't remember ever telling nobody in the world my middle name.
Okay.
Aw, thank you, Shannon. Shannon says good afternoon
Do you
to
remember telling
all
Detective
green
Gaither
slime.
that
You
could
guys say
read
hi to
and
Shannon.
write when you talked to him in August 2015?
Another lie, I don't remember.
Okay. When you say another lie, I don't remember. Those are 2 different things. So tell the jury which one it is.
I don't know.
Okay. So you're not saying it was another lie? You're just saying you don't
I know
remember?
I can't read and write, but I don't remember telling them that.
Do you remember telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis to go first after being asked, what did you want to talk to us about?
No.
Okay. Do you remember Detective Gaither telling you, let's talk about this, what you've been charged with?
No, I don't remember nothing.
Do you remember Detective Gaither asking you, what do you have to say about this case?
No, I don't remember.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, I wasn't there that night?
I don't remember. I don't know.
You paused a little bit. Were you trying to think about what you said? Trying to remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. And just now when you paused, what were you what were you doing?
Listen to me, Lord. I got ADHD. My mind all over the place. And I'm up here in pain, hurting. Can you just please answer me questions, please?
Let me ask you this. The medications that you said you were supposed to take or you normally take, are they kept at your mom's home?
I don't live with my mama.
Okay. Were you given those medicines when you were at the jail before you went to your mom's home?
Jail don't give you narcotics.
What about at Grady before you went to your mom's home?
Yes.
Okay. And were you given the ability to get medical attention if you needed it while you were at your mom's home over the weekend?
With my condition, I only got one. You can only see one doctor.
What now?
With my condition, I can only see one doctor.
Okay. Is that condition ADHD that you were just talking about? The jury doesn't know anything about your condition.
No,
Okay.
my mom won't let me take that medicine.
Your mom won't let you take what medicine?
ADHD.
Okay. So the condition that you were talking about, that you see one doctor, do you not have any of that medicine?
No, I don't.
Did you not have access to it?
I don't have access to it.
Are you able to say where it is so somebody can get it for you?
South Carolina.
So, did you have it at Grady?
Yes, but they don't prescribe it to you when you get discharged.
Okay. Will it help you if we get Grady to bring your medicine?
You can do that.
I'm asking you a question. Will it help you if we get Grady to bring you your medicine?
I'm just ready to get it over with. Like
I
don't
get
keep
it.
prolonging. I'm asking you a question. I'm answering.
Okay. Well, will it help you in any way if we
I'm
get?
answering your question, man, bro.
You didn't
answering
answer
your
my
question.
question.
I don't want nothing from y'all.
Listen to the question she's asking now and answer that one.
I don't want nothing from y'all.
I get it, but will it help you?
No.
Mr. Zachary, tell the jury who If Gang is.
Another R&B group.
I don't know the name sound. I don't know.
I need you to tell the jury. Look at the jury and tell them.
I do not know.
Is it your testimony under oath that you have no idea who If Gang is?
Objection asked and answered.
This is Jane.
Ooh, wow.
Have you ever known who If Gang is?
I don't remember.
August 5th, 2015. Did you know who If Gang was?
I don't remember.
In that interview with Gaither and Dennis, did you tell them about If Gang?
How I'm telling about something I don't know about? I don't remember.
Okay. So is it that you didn't know about it or you don't remember
I don't
whether you
know.
know about it? Okay. Do you remember Friday talking about the fact that Lil D or Demekion was the first person you heard about the shootings or that you learned talked about the shootings on Adele Avenue off Martin Luther King?
I don't know.
Was it your girlfriend SG who told you about the shootings?
I don't remember. That's not my girlfriend.
Was she your girlfriend back in August 2015?
I don't remember.
Did you testify last week on Friday that she was? Because I used initials then too.
I don't remember we were going together in August, but I used to go with y'all.
When'd you go with her?
2014, beginning of 15.
You remember when y'all broke up?
I don't remember. I was on house arrest. I don't remember.
When were you on house arrest?
I don't remember. I didn't know it was 2015.
Okay. So is it safe to say if you were not on house arrest in April 2015, y'all were still together?
I don't know.
All right. Would you tell the jury if you know anything about 9 Deuce?
What I did, some liquor?
I don't know. You tell me.
Nah,
You don't know anything about 9 Deuce. Do you know anything?
I don't remember.
Okay. Is it you don't remember or you don't know?
I don't know or remember. I don't know or remember.
Okay.
Both.
Both? Now, do you tell the jury if you know anything about Haiti Gang?
I don't remember.
All right. On Friday, when you talked about Demekion and Mumtum coming to get you, and you said that they met you at the gas station, the BP on Cleveland Avenue. Do you now remember saying that, or do you not remember?
I know what I'm on probation for. That's all I know.
Okay.
Yes, I remember the night. I remember the shootings. That's the only thing I know.
Okay, all right, thank you. That night, since you remember the night, were you ever at your house on Cleveland that night?
I don't know.
Okay, so you don't remember everything about the shooting, the house, the stuff that you're on probation for?
No, I think I was high that night.
Okay. Did being high that night keep you from telling the jury Friday what you remembered?
I just told you, Friday, I was on medicine.
Okay. Without being on the medicine today, are you saying you can't remember whether you were at your house on Cleveland?
I I can't remember.
April
I told you,
28th.
I just told you I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling Gaither and Dennis, after saying that you weren't there that night when they asked you to talk about your case, do you remember them asking you where you were that night? Mr. Zachary, have you watched any of the social media or any of the prior testimony of other witnesses, any TikToks, any reels, or anything at all about other people testifying in this case?
I ain't no TikTok person. I don't
Okay,
go on
that's fine.
Social media?
So is that a no? You've not seen any other testimony in any other way in this case?
No,
So you have no idea who else has testified?
That's inconsistent with last week a little.
no.
Okay.
Now, guys, I really think that the defense can flip this, and we kind of saw it a little bit with Kenneth Copeland, right? He fired Kayla Bumpus. He had no legal counsel for a few days and was testifying. Then even when, there was the gap between Melnick and the public defender, Chuck Engelberger, nobody told him that Melnick wasn't there watching him. So we have, with this witness and with Woody, these instances where we get a lot more I don't remembers, I don't recalls suddenly when there's legal exposure on the table without an attorney present, counsel present to help protect them from legal exposure. And I think if the defense is privy to this, and I'm sure they are, we might see some questions on that, on why. I'm not saying he didn't say I don't remember, I don't recall occasionally on Friday, but in addition to his mood being different today, it's a different day. He spent the weekend, basically on house arrest. I do think one of the differences is he's got to answer differently because he doesn't have protection. If I was a defense, I would go all in on that. All in.
Were you told by anybody to just say, I don't remember?
Not tell me what to say. I'm a grown man, man.
Okay. You're a grown man. Does being a grown man mean nobody can tell you what to say, though?
Yes.
Okay. Did Summer come over to your house on April 28, 2015, before you knew about Lil D getting beaten up at Crucial?
No.
Did you tell the police that she did on August 5th, 2015?
Can I explain?
Yes, you did.
How it go from her coming to my house and telling me to me going to get her? It don't make sense. I don't remember nothing. I don't remember it
Okay.
happening like that.
Okay, that was a question that I can't answer, but can you tell the jury whether you told the police that she came to your house and told you Lil D got jumped at Crucial?
I don't remember.
All right. And do you remember telling the police you were at the same address that you had given them earlier in the interview on Cleveland when she came?
I don't know.
All right. Do you remember? Let me ask you this. On Friday, and you're gonna have to help me remember. Did you testify that Summer had gotten shot at?
I don't remember.
All right. Did Summer get shot at?
I think so.
All right. When did Summer get shot at?
They shot at my cousin's house.
Huh?
Somebody shot at my cousin's house.
Okay. Which cousin?
Alexis.
All right. And what's Alexis's last name?
Right.
Okay. Now, were you at Alexis's house when it got shot at?
I wasn't there, but I was there.
Okay. What do you mean when you say you weren't there, but you were there?
I was coming there.
Okay.
I was on the way there.
All right. And was that after Summer called you and told you about it, or saw you and told you about it?
I never saw her until after.
Okay, thank you. So did Summer tell you about Alexis's house getting shot up when she came to see you at your house?
She ain't come see me. Why you keep saying come see me? I just told you I didn't see her till after the fact when I went and got her.
Okay.
Where's that?
And did she just tell you that Alexis had gotten shot at, or that she herself had gotten shot at?
I saw it from my own 2 eyes.
What'd you see?
Somebody shooting at her house.
Shooting at Alexis's house?
Yes.
All right. And did you ever tell the police on August 5th, 2015, that Summer told you she had gotten shot at?
I don't remember.
Huh?
I don't remember.
All right. So is it safe to say you don't remember whether that was April 28, 2015?
It's the night I caught my case. I'm on probation for. I know what day I caught that for. You keep asking me that. I told you I know what I'm on probation for.
I got you. Do you understand that the jurors don't know anything about you?
I just said it 10 times.
I know, but the questions I'm asking, could you please just answer those?
Yeah, ma'am.
Thank you. All right.
Who was it that shot up or shot at? What group of people, if there
I don't know.
was, that shot at Alexis's house?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling police it was If Gang? If Gang had pulled up at your cousin's house?
I don't know.
Now, who did Alexis go with on April 28, 2015?
Everybody. I don't
All
know.
right. Do you know who Tay is? A guy you call Threat. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
All right. Who is Tay?
He dead. I don't want to speak on the dead.
I understand you don't want to speak on the dead. And please take my condolences for Tay's death. Was Tay a friend of yours?
Yes.
All right. How long ago did he transition?
A couple months ago, I think.
A couple of months ago?
Yeah.
All right. And I am sorry. Did the police, when you were talking to her, did they know Tay?
I don't know. I don't
Okay.
remember.
Was Tay's name Travante?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember whether Gaither asked you, is Tay Travante?
I don't remember. I don't know his name.
All right. And did you tell her at that time, I don't know his name?
I don't know.
All right. Was Alexis or Summer going in the house when If Gang started shooting at the house?
I don't remember.
You said you saw them shooting at the house.
I never say who I saw shooting.
I get it. But you say you saw somebody shooting at the house?
Yes.
Where did she live?
Counting.
What was the name of the homes or place where she
I don't
lived?
remember.
Did Alexis and Tay live together?
I don't remember.
Did you tell police that they did?
I don't remember.
Now, where did you see the people shooting from? Were they standing in the middle of the street?
I don't remember. I went in and out of it. I told you I was high. I don't remember.
All right, but did you just say you remember seeing them shoot at her?
That's all I remember.
Okay, what then do you remember about that?
Just heard gunshots and I think I saw cars in front of her house or something. I don't remember.
Now, when you get to her house, is it that's something that you can see right off Campbellton, or do you have to go into some kind of complex?
Going to apartments, I think.
All right. Is that apartment, was it gated at the time? You know, did you have to run through a gate or get a gate code?
Yes.
Okay, yes, you had to go in through a gate
Yes.
that had a code. All right. And was this apartment complex like a tiny one with about 5 units, or was it a bigger complex?
Big complex.
All right. And did the apartment complex, was it a tiny one like up front, or did it go like deep into the complex?
I don't remember, my lord.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis that you saw If Gang shooting from the parking lot, like deep in the parking lot?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither and Dennis that Summer told you, or Alexis told you, that If Gang was shooting at them from deep in the parking lot?
I don't remember.
Okay. Does the name Landrum Apartments sound familiar?
I don't know.
Do you know where Landrum Apartments are?
A street.
Huh?
I know a street called Landrum, I think.
Okay. And where is Landrum in relation to Campbellton?
Off same street.
I'm sorry.
I think it's off of Campbellton.
Okay. Now, once you get off, I guess, do you get to 285 to get to Campbellton and then get off on Landrum? Is that how you would get there?
I don't remember.
Do you know how you would get there today?
I don't know.
Okay. Are those apartments still there?
I don't know.
Is that in zone 4?
I don't know.
Did you tell Detectives Gaither and Dennis it was in zone 4?
I don't remember.
Did you tell Detectives Gaither and Dennis whether Landrum was off Campbellton?
I just told you it was off Campbellton.
I know, but
I
did you
don't
tell
remember
that?
telling them. I don't remember telling them nothing.
Okay. Do you remember telling them that that Travante or Tay or Threat stays at those
I never
apartments?
said no Travante. I don't know who Travante is.
Okay. Did you tell them that Tay or Threat stayed
I
at
don't
those
remember.
apartments?
I told them my cousin stayed up probably if I said that.
Huh?
I know from my discovery package I said my cousin stayed up. I never said, I don't remember saying no Tay, none of that.
Now, you said you know from your discovery page. So who has your discovery page right now? Did you have a copy of it this weekend?
No.
Did the state give you a copy of it this weekend?
No.
All right. Did the state give you anything to review since we've been trying to get you in here to testify?
A leg monitor.
A leg monitor. You don't review a leg monitor though, right?
Yeah, looking at it.
Okay. Did the state give you anything to read before you came in here?
I don't know how to read.
Okay. Did the state give you anything to listen to before you came in here?
No.
Okay. Now your discovery packet, where did you get that from?
In that,
All right. Who gave it to you?
I know you.
When's the last time you looked at it?
I ain't really looked at it. I probably had somebody read it to me before.
When was the last time you had it in your hand and somebody or you or somebody figured out what was in it?
Probably when I was in prison.
How long ago was that?
2022.
Okay. You remember what was in the discovery packet from 2022?
I'm on probation for it. I had to report every month.
I understand. You just talked about seeing something in your discovery packet. You remember that from 2022?
Yes.
All right. Now, you,
And let me just clarify real quick. He has immunity, but it's only use immunity. I think some people might be confused because Shibe had said he has legal exposure. I know he needs transactional immunity, which is absolute blanket immunity, but that's not actually what was given to him in the order. He only has use immunity. And now he also has no attorney. So not only does he still have legal exposure, but he doesn't have counsel present to help make sure he doesn't expose himself with his testimony here. He does not have full immunity. It's only use immunity. I'm buffering.
don't remember, or do you remember if you read it or somebody read it to
I told
you?
I don't know how to read. Somebody read it to me.
Is Alexis Bryant your blood cousin?
Yes.
Were the people you saw shooting at Alexis Bryant that you testified today, you saw shooting at her house, were they shooting at her house before or after Lil D got jumped on at the club?
Had to be after.
Why you say that?
Because I ain't go to no club. I don't remember nothing about no club.
Okay. And do you know whether the people shooting at Landrum shot at Landrum before or after all the other shootings happened?
I think it's before.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis that it happened last, after all the shootings?
I know. I don't remember saying anything like that.
Okay. Do you remember saying anything like anything?
No.
Do you remember hearing from Montsook the night of April 28, 2015?
I had to hear from him. I was in the car with him, but I don't remember hearing from him.
Did you get a call from Montsook or did you call Montsook?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember when it was that you talked to Montsook, like in the early morning hours?
I don't remember.
Do you remember saying it was in the early morning hours that y'all talked or that you got the call from him?
I don't know.
Let me ask you this. Did you discuss the fact that Montsook was cussing out Lil D?
At the time, I think I was trying to free Montson, so I was just saying whatever, probably.
Please look at the jury and tell them what you mean by that.
What I mean by what?
At the time, I think I was just trying to free Montsook, so I was telling him whatever.
Yeah, I knew I was going to jail,
Okay.
so I just tried to make it easy on Montson.
And when you said that, who were you trying to make it easier on Montsook with?
Holy,
And which police were you,
I don't know.
okay. Did you talk to anybody other than Gaither and Dennis?
I don't know.
So how was telling the police that Montsook was fussing or cussing at Lil D, how on earth was that gonna help Montsook?
How on earth was it gonna help Montson?
Mhm.
Because I was letting him know like he truly ain't had nothing to do with it. Ain't want nothing to do with it.
Say, I'm sorry, what now?
'Cause I was letting him know he truly ain't want nothing to do with it.
He or you?
He,
Okay. Why did you feel it necessary to let the police know that Montsook truly didn't have anything to do with it?
he did.
Okay, but why did you find it necessary to tell them that?
Cause why would I just? Me and Montson had a bad relationship than anybody, so I
Had the
knew I
what?
was going to jail.
You had the best relationship, you said?
Yeah.
Did the police bring up Montsook before you brought up Montsook, or did you bring him up first?
I told you, hey, I already knew what I was going to jail for, and I knew what was said. So I had to go along with what was said.
Okay, and when you say you told me that was Friday, right?
I don't know.
Okay. So when you say that you knew what was said, does that mean that you brought up Montsook first in the interview with police to try and help him?
I knew what was said. I told you before that. I told you. I already knew.
Okay. So go on.
I don't remember that now.
Okay. So is that why you brought up Montsook first?
Yes.
Oh, okay, gotcha, thank you. Now, I get that part, but can you tell the jury why Moontoon cussing out Lil D helps Moontoon? Him cussing out Lil D, not that he wasn't there, just him cussing out Lil D.
Objection asked and answered.
Judge, I have,
Overruled.
you can go ahead, Judge said you could.
Cause he ain't want nothing to do with the problem. I don't know, you gotta ask him.
Mr. Zachary, what do you mean when you say he didn't want anything to do with it? Probably you have to ask him. What do you mean?
He grown. He ain't, we was young, he was grown. He ain't like that.
And by he, are you talking about Mr. Sledge, Moontoon?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say he's grown, he didn't want to have anything to do with it. What are you talking about?
The whole night, it was I did everything. I know I did a lot of stuff myself.
Uh-huh.
Moontoon ain't did nothing.
Okay. And is that the first thing you said to police? Moontoon ain't had nothing to do with this.
9 times out of 10, yeah.
Okay. Now, how does Moontoon cussing at Lil D help Moontoon? That just the cussing part.
I don't know, probably putting us in situation. I don't know. I don't remember what it was for. I don't know.
Putting who in a situation, Mr.
I don't
Zachary?
know.
Okay. Are you gonna say you don't remember every time you get frustrated?
I'm gonna say I don't remember everything you asked me
Why?
because I don't remember.
Were there some things though that you do remember, right?
I remember I'm on probation for.
Do you remember, or can you tell the jury if Lil D told Moontoon that he was shooting at somebody that night?
They didn't shoot at nobody that night.
Do you remember telling police about Lil D telling Moontoon that either he was shooting at somebody or somebody was shooting at him?
I don't know.
Do you remember what Moontoon was cussing at Lil D about?
I already answered that question.
That he didn't want to be involved in it?
I don't know.
Do you remember that Moontoon telling Lil D, you got to find a ride. You got to find your own ride.
I don't know.
Was Lil D trying to get Moontoon involved in that stuff y'all were involved with?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Were you around when Lil D was talking to Moontoon?
I don't know.
When you talked to Lil D and got whatever you got from him, did he give you the impression that he was trying to get Moontoon involved in what was going on?
I talked to Lil D.
Huh?
When did I say I talked to Lil D?
So you never talked to Lil D about what happened on April 28th?
No, whatever happened to him, if he called me, I know I'm coming.
Why? Why do you know you're coming?
Good. I love him.
You love Lil D?
Yeah.
Do you remember telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis that Lil D told you the next morning that they had shot up the house?
I don't remember, but it probably was a lie.
You said what now?
I don't remember, it probably was a lie, because how can he tell me if I was there?
Okay. It was probably a lie. All right. Now, you said you don't know Lil D by any other name than Lil D? Or do you know him by Demekion now?
I'm on case with him.
All right.
Name?
You knew his name then?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you remember Detective Gaither asking you, when you say Lil D, did you mean Demekion? Do you remember Gaither asking you that? Then do you remember asking Detective Gaither, that's his real name?
Overruled.
Do you remember asking Detective Gaither, that's his real name?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember Detective Gaither then asking you, you talking about Lil D from 30D, from Mechanicsville?
I don't know.
Let me ask you this. Is Lil D from 30D?
I don't know.
You said you love him like a brother, right?
Yeah.
All right. You said you known him a long time, right?
I know him from Capitol Home. I don't know him from Mechanicsville.
All right. And what part of town is Capitol Homes in?
Downtown.
All right. What about 30D? Where is that?
I don't know.
What is 30D?
I don't know.
Do you know anything about 30D?
I don't know.
You what?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Did Demekion tell you who had shot at the houses?
How can he tell me if I was there?
Did you tell police initially that Demekion told you who had shot at the houses?
I don't know.
Did Demekion tell you that Shannon and some other boy named Tay or Traydon and Demekion shot at the houses. Your Honor, actually, I'd like to approach and not have this right on the
Actually,
record.
I understand. Let's take our morning break anyway.
all right, so we're at 13 and we don't know the outcome of that, but we're updating the counter for objections. And guys, I do think it's important to toggle over here. There's a few people on X that are saying, and they're not attorneys by what I can tell from their profiles, this immunity agreement does not prevent prosecution for the things he's testifying about. It just prevents the use of his testimony from being used to pursue prosecution against him. So this would be use immunity. Let me zoom in so it's bigger. This text doesn't say that he cannot be prosecuted for the things that might relate to what he's testifying to, just that they cannot use his testimony. So the second paragraph right here. So a lot of confusion over this. And I saw the chat say that other lawyers were saying that this was full, absolute immunity. And I don't see the lawyers that I know and follow saying that. So just so you know, toggle back over here. And also big thank you, by the way, because Shannon Alexander, this is such a nice good morning. And Shannon had also said, hope you all have a great weekend, had a great weekend. No spoilers, enjoy the entertainment. We will, we are. Recused Judge Glanville, always an honor, says, you telling me if I held Woody in a hotel to have an all-weekend ex-party, I wouldn't have been wrongfully recused? Shaking my head. Hilarious, always hilarious with your comments. And just to clarify, he did end up, Quindarius Zachary was not actually staying in a hotel. He went to stay, I believe, at a family member's house with his mom and wasn't supposed to leave. So it doesn't seem like he actually went to the funeral, but he was able to at least be around a family member. So a little bit of compromise there. And then ST Satchel said, the FBI interviewed me about Apple's Prometheus leak. I don't remember anything in that interview. Well, I wouldn't either, but probably because what was being talked about would, in the moment, contemporaneously go in one ear and out the other. That sounds complicated. But I get what you're saying. Like, you might not remember what was being said a long time ago in a busy conversation that required a lot of thought, active thought. You might remember one question that you answered specifically. You might not remember the rest. And again, it looks like Love is going to ask all these questions and then play a long lump of video, which I don't think that that's that effective, but we'll see. Thank you for the 5. Let's see if show us anything.
Mr. Zachary, you can step outside.
And one of the reasons they do that is because I think they're still in the habit of when they had to put Zachary in like the detainment room. Oh, I heard a chair squeak. You know, the other witnesses would just walk out on their own accord, but on Friday when he had the leg shackles, I think they're still in the habit of him going this way, the witness going this way to the detainment room.
Was that just outside the jury? Okay, Your Honor, I think the objection from counsel for defendant Williams was
Spilling the
Microphone.
beans hearsay, something like that, and not co-conspirator. And the question that I had asked before that objection was made was, did Lil D tell you that they had shot at the houses? And did Lil D tell you that Shannon and some other boy named Traydon shot at the houses? Now, this is not hearsay or spilling the beans for 2 reasons. One, because he later, when confronted with knowledge police had, told the truth. But first, he lied and said Lil D told him X, Y, and Z. So we're not offering this to prove that Lil D told him that. Our belief is that Lil D didn't tell him that. But we do need to show, when he's sitting here telling the jury on Friday, that he and Lil D came up with a play, and that play involved implicating Montunk, and that Lil D told him that Lil D had told the police on him, Quindarius, and Montunk, and that he wanted to get back at Lil D for implicating Muktuk. So therefore he said Shannon. All of what really happened is very important. So when he starts out talking about the fact that Summer told me this, Lil D told me that, he's trying to keep himself out of it versus what he said on Friday, which was, I went down there to give them the story that I had essentially concocted with Little D. All of what he told them when he first went in is therefore very important for the jury to see that was a lie. What he told the police, what he told them on Friday was a lie. What he told the police was a lie, and how the police were able to actually get to the truth. Now, if he had come in here talking and, responding, at least responding, as opposed to doing what it seems everyone has decided to take on and do and come back after a certain time and not remember anything, then we would have been a lot further along. If he had come in here and kept with the same, whatever it was he was trying to say on Friday. But right now we're at a point where he's now saying, he's partly saying, I was there, that's fine. He wants to only talk about himself. That's consistent with a lot of things that we've seen in this trial. And he's trying to avoid talking about anybody else. So having him testify about essentially what lie he told the police, because we've had a lot of instances where he said, I lied. And then showing what he later told police when confronted with facts that the police did have, it allows us to do exactly what the rules of evidence are designed for, which is to put all of the facts in front of the jury and allow them to draw inferences from those facts. This is not hearsay offered for the truth of that matter asserted. It is statements that he gave to the police to cover up his involvement. It is an inconsistent statement with what he said on Friday. So that prior inconsistent statement, I believe, gets us past a hearsay objection. We're not offering it for the truth of what Tameka did or didn't say. And later when he says, when confronted, you lying, Detective Gaither literally got ready to get up and leave, and he starts telling the truth, the jury ought to be able to hear all that. Hiding all that from the jury, obscures from the jury, pertinent information we believe they need to assess the credibility of his testimony on the stand and what he told the police during the interview.
All right, if it's not being offered for the truth, then it is not subject to a hearsay objection. So overruled.
I believe it is being offered for the truth, but whatever the court finds. And also, my bigger objection is I witnessed the district attorney just leaning down on her table and reading potentially or surmising from a supposed transcript in front of the jury. Does not give this witness, who keeps saying, I don't recall, it was a 9-year-ago statement. He said he has reviewed nothing for his testimony. And I believe that under 613, which is 24-6-613B, it needs to come in evidence to impeach him, or he needs to be given an opportunity to review what he said, rather than the district attorney just say, did you say this? He said, I don't remember, and then move on.
He's basically said he is not going to, preemptively, not going to remember anything other than things about his own probation. So honestly, I think at this point, we've laid a foundation that he's not going to remember anything in this interview.
Your Honor, I understand what the court surmises so far, but Your Honor, I also know that there are particular parts of this interview that this witness has said certain things because of that. If we were to, as in the past, if we attempted to just based on those statements, because the court sees he's remembering some things and he's not remembering others. And I think it's very important for the jury to see his selective memory. So if we were to simply say, okay, we're just going to play the statement now, we don't believe that, and I understand that the court wishes to, further things along, but if we don't allow the jury to see what his selective memory entails, that we are hiding things from the jury that are very relevant to their making a decision about what they should believe and what they should not believe. We have had circumstances, I'm not saying this is going to happen today, but we've had circumstances where we have done exactly that. There's been, the assertion that he said he doesn't remember. Then we go and try and play the whole thing. And then there's the assertion, she didn't confront him with that. And of course, 613, there's nothing that requires us to show him anything. But another thing is he didn't want to meet with us or talk to us. So
yeah, he doesn't have to be presented with the actual transcript. And I mean, so that's a, 200, 300 page transcript you've got in front of you?
it
All
is,
this
and some
300
things,
pages?
it's
Are you
275.
going page by page through it? Because that's really not necessary.
Judge, I'm meeting him, and I'm not gonna say page by page, but the things that are important, and even, like what I'm holding, I can hide it in a book, but what I'm holding is immaterial to any evidentiary matter. I'm not putting it in front of the witness, asking him to read it.
I don't know
I'm
if you
reading
read
notes.
from it, that's fine with me. I mean, there's nothing objectionable about that.
And I'm reading notes from something that I have in my hand, much, like anyone does. And so I believe that we should be allowed to ask this witness all the necessary probing questions. I don't believe that the defense is the only one that we have the burden of proof.
I understand that. You don't need to keep saying that.
And I don't believe that it should only be the defense that gets to question a witness, when at this point we have a witness who, as we've represented to the court, has said in the presence of his dad, or his dad has said in his presence, and he's accepted and took that on as his assertion too, we don't have to testify. I'm gonna call Max Sharp and Brian Steele. That's what he said. So we should be allowed to put all of the facts in front of the jury that this witness said, because frankly, he said a lot, and him simply assert he don't want to get it. Country came out. He does not want to get into what he told the police. He does not want to remember, because it's damning to his friends. And so we believe that the jury should be allowed to see what part he's willing to acknowledge and what part he's not willing to acknowledge. Because frankly, I don't know what part that is.
Well, if you want to get on to some other parts and find out, but this is just belaboring everything entirely.
403.
It sounds like it is with respect, Your Honor, but it is not. Because let me say this.
It is.
Every one of these retaliatory shootings, they involve the things that I'm asking him about. I'm not asking him about immaterial, irrelevant stuff. And I get that the court is a little bit, maybe tired of the state asking questions. And I hate that. But the state can't truncate its duty because the defense doesn't want us to present everything to the jury. And this witness can't no one can hijack the state's case by pretending not to remember and then selectively remembering certain things that he thinks is going to help the defense. That's not fair to the state, to the victims, or to this side, period. And I believe that in the adversarial spirit that our rules of evidence are designed around, and given the spirit of admissibility that is enshrined in our rules of evidence, and given the reason that I'm doing it, and I'm not trying to belabor anything, this is important and detailed information. I'm not saying, did you say the or a or and? I have notes that allow me to get to specific points. This is not even like me being broad and coming back. This is me asking this witness very important things that the jury needs to hear in order to make their determinations in the end. And I ask the court, since this is a very important case with very intricate facts and very intricate law that the court is going to give them at the end, that the court allow me to thoroughly examine my witness the way that I believe is appropriate, as opposed to the way that Mr. Steele, Mr. Sharp, or anyone else wants me to.
That has nothing to do with you. Yeah.
What is appropriate. It has to do with, following the rules of evidence and getting on with this incredibly lengthy trial. So what's something that he told the police that you think is, true and that you want out?
Everything that I'm asking him, Judge,
But the argument is supposed to be that it's not for the truth of the matter asserted.
I also say, getting along with this very lengthy trial, it should not cause the court to essentially gut the state's ability to prove and adequately prove its case. And objections based on
403 exists for a reason.
The objections from the defense, of course they don't want this out, Your Honor, but this is.
Did she just say she doesn't know what the objection was? So this is stemming back to the whole idea of spilling the beans, and then the rebuttal was, oh, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, and the judge said, okay, well, if it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, it would be, not a hearsay issue. And just a quick summary, guys. Truth of the matter asserted is a bit confusing. I came up with an example in the chat, but if you're listening, say, for example, on Friday night, right? Friday night, I'm hanging out with Chloe Albert's Revenge is the first name I see in the chat. Me and Chloe Albert's Revenge, we're trying to figure out dinner, and I say I don't like fast food, so we should go to a sit-down restaurant. And then we go to the sit-down restaurant, and something happens at that sit-down restaurant, or a prosecutor comes along and says something that happened on Friday night, it's relevant that I made a decision I wanted to go to the sit-down restaurant. Love might want to introduce my statement to Chloe of, hey, I don't like fast food, I want to go to the sit-down restaurant. Not to debate whether or not it's true or not that I like fast food or don't like fast food, but that it might be relevant that I kind of corralled and, gave us a constraint and directed us towards going to this sit-down restaurant that became relevant to the plot in some way. So it's relevant for me to be the one that said that, whether or not I was being truthful in that moment. It doesn't matter if I truthfully like fast food or not. It just is important to the order of events or the story. Love has no idea what objection she's even arguing against anymore. Because the judge just said her last words to Love were now assuming that the truthfulness of the statement matters. And Love forgot that that was her argument against that 5 seconds ago.
Not being asked in a way to belabor anything. There's a ton of stuff. I could sit here and read to you the notes that I have and to let you know, but Your Honor, the court hasn't, I don't believe the court has had the time and ability to read all of this case here and know why each of what I'm asking is relevant, because it might not seem relevant to the court. But in the end, the jury is going to be asked to make a determination, and we're going to be making arguments based on details that were presented.
Supposed to
It just
confuse the
seems like
jury.
there's a more direct way to impeach somebody, if that's what you're trying to do.
I'm trying to ask him, I'm not necessarily trying to impeach him. I'm trying to ask him to tell the truth. And if he doesn't, then I have to impeach him. I want him to tell the jury the truth. And if he's not willing to do that, only then do I have to impeach him.
I think it's pretty clear that he is not willing to say anything that's in this interview, because he
Oh
has
my
already
gosh.
told you, I don't remember anything
He-
about that. Nothing, zero.
I apologize for interrupting. Oddly enough, though, he has told us some stuff that's in this.
Well, maybe Friday he did, but
No, today he
he's not.
has. Today he has as well. And the court won't know that because the court, is not taking sides, and the court doesn't have what I have in front of me. So the court doesn't know that, but he has. So I would ask the court to allow the state to conduct its examination in accordance with the rules of evidence. And until I do something that is not proper, that has an objection that the court deems should be sustained. And I don't believe, let's cut her short because she might be getting too much information out of this witness or going to be
403
doing too much
exists.
damage. If the court remembers, the
That's not the
objection that they had
objection.
last week was, Judge, if he gets up there and says, I don't remember, or if he falls out, or if he does this, there were all these predictions about what is going to happen with this particular witness. There was the prediction that they don't even believe he's going to come, made on Monday or Friday, week before. All of these things
Well, and he didn't come for a
surrounding
few days.
what happens if he doesn't remember or doesn't talk. He was talking Friday. I don't know what he decided, who he talked to. He wasn't supposed to talk to anybody, but he comes in today with, I
Without
don't
an
remember,
attorney.
obviously with the intent to hamstring the state's ability to get pertinent information in front of the jury. And frankly, that should not be allowed. That is not right. It is not in keeping with the.
So she's now blaming the witness. She started off by saying the defense, is trying to control me, and I don't think the court should allow that. We should be able to get our case out, even if you don't think it's relevant. And now she's blaming it on the witness. She just lost her target in between her sentence.
With the
I guess I'm
spirit.
just saying, let's go ahead and get to the pertinent information.
Judge, this is the very pertinent information. I'm not misrepresenting anything to the court at all. I mean, we could sit there and I can go show you line for line. I don't think that that's required. I don't think that's what the court wants. But I believe that the court ought to allow the state the ability to prove its case as a state.
I understand. I'm not trying to prevent anybody from making their case. So the objection was hearsay, and you were saying that you weren't offering it for the truth. And I guess, do you expect the answer to be no, Tameka didn't tell me that?
I know for a fact that later on in the interview, when confronted with, when Gaither literally gets up ready to leave, he starts admitting the truth. He starts admitting something different. So correct. I believe that his account that Tameka is the reason he knows certain things is not true. And I have to present, and I'm not going to hide from the jury the fact that he first lied, because that would be the first thing they say when they get up on cross. You lied at first, and you were in Fulton County Blues. And so you lied, you just lied all throughout trying to help yourself. I think it is very relevant and very important that the state be allowed to put up its case in a way that is impactful, effective, ethical, permissible, and right, and within keeping of the rules of evidence.
Okay. So anyway, my ruling on the hearsay stands.
Your Honor.
Yes.
I believe that the way that the prosecutor's doing it, though, violates OCGA 24-6-613. I cite this 24-6-613. I cite to this honorable court Rozier, R-O-Z-I-E-R, versus State, 365 Georgia Appeal, 178 in Division 2, 877 Southeast 2D, 855 2022 case. And I specifically rely upon the fact that the witness said that I don't remember, some things he does remember, and then it's extrinsic. He's being impeached with extrinsic evidence. So that may make, you may have to make the decision, I may have another objection, but his prior video, audio statement admissible to impeach. But
Yes,
what-
it does.
But what the, okay, but what the prosecutor's doing is she is taking the hearsay, did Detective Gaither say this? Did Detective Gaither do this? And then just moving on. That's not impeachment. And what I believe
Yep.
may happen is when the state calls Detective Gaither, they're going to try to play this recording. I will be objecting because they did not give this witness, which it says in Rosier, the opportunity to see the prior statement and explain it if he can. That's my objection.
I mean, that's what I wish you would get to.
Judge-
is,
She's
you
been
know,
helping.
is XYZ true? Well, then,
Judge,
here you said it. Explain it.
Judge, number one, it would be hearsay if I were to just ask him, did you say this in a certain interview? I have to first ask him, is it like, did you do this?
And you've
then
asked
he says
him a
yes or
million
no.
times.
Well, then I have to confront him, bring to mind
Why
the
are we
time.
getting to the
Where are you
facts, though?
confronting
It's
him?
not really that it matters, did you say this? If we know he said it, just ask him, is it true? And then impeach him with his statement.
Because whether or not it's true is entirely different from what, okay, I'll back it up. For a statement, a prior inconsistent statement to be substantive evidence and not just impeachment, Your Honor, we have to ask the witness whether the fact of the statement is true.
That is what I'm saying.
And him saying to police one thing and then saying to us another only means that he said it to the police once, said it to us another way, not whether or not the fact of the matter has not been presented to him. We have to ask him the fact. In other words,
That's what you don't seem to be doing. Though.
that is exactly what I'm doing, Your Honor, with respect. It's as if saying, okay, did you bite the apple? You don't ask him if he bit the apple, but you ask, did you tell the police that you bit the apple? He says, I don't remember. And then we learn he told the police that he bit the apple. Guess what it shows? Nothing. Even though the two statements are inconsistent, because nobody ever presented him with a plain basic question, did you bite the apple? It just shows,
But you're not doing that either.
actually I am. I asked him, did they shoot at the house? It's the only time you get me asking whether or not you told the police anything is after I asked him, did a certain thing happen? Were you at your house? Was your house on Cleveland? Did Summer come and wake you up? When he says either no, I don't know, I don't remember, you know it didn't, I go and then say, did you tell the police that you did? I have to confront him with it. And then when he says yes,
So
no,
confront
maybe,
him
I have to
with the
bring in
statement.
either the statement or
Bring it
the
in.
officer that he told to show that he said it. Because only then do I show that that prior statement of no, Summer didn't come to my house, no, this didn't happen, is untrue by showing what he said to the police.
All
right,
Steele
let's
was
take a bathroom
saying,
break.
let's take a
If
bathroom
anybody
break.
needs to go quickly.
All Steele was saying is do that process then. When you impeach someone, show them what's impeachable. Show them them saying the opposite or doing the opposite of what they're saying on the stand. Like, hello. And big shout out Amy E. Thank you so much. Amy E says, we in here, transferred gang, classy beats. Guys, you know what it is. It's Monday night. We're doing a Club Classy. And I see you guys already saying so in the chat. If you guys hung out at Club Classy on Friday and had a good time, please say so in the chat. Club Classy is every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, so we will be there this evening. One of my friends in real life, I told her name is Susanna. She's going to come in. I'm going to sponsor one of her tracks. She has a Pipes for Days. She can sing her butt off. So let me get that link. And super, super good time. Happy you guys are spilling over in here to come watch some YSL content. We are still a little bit behind. We're watching on a shorter speed, so we'll get caught up before court ends. And this is the link for tonight. Club Classy. So if you want to take a second, click that link, hit the notify button, and come hang out with us. Seriously, it's such a good time. Like, I can't even put it into words how much fun it is. Look at this. Look at all the love. Look at all the love. Tons of love in the chat there. And then big shout out also for Amy, always showing love, always supporting, super great person. So say hi to Amy too, not just the Club Classy people coming in. Specifically, show some respect to Amy. Elizabeth Wright says, coming over from Classy to watch more of this ish show of a trial today. Yep. I mean, not really a spoiler to say that it's going to turn into that, right? You can kind of see it coming. You can see it coming. Good to see you, Elizabeth. Mocha is me says she's nicely telling the judge to hush, let me do what I want to do because I'm going to call Gaither to get his interview in anyway. Arguing Annie. Yeah, and the problem is we've already had Gaither take the stand. So when is, Doug Weinstein's motion to time limit, this 403, doing things out of order in a confusing way, being repetitive, calling the same witnesses back? When are we actually going to put our foot down? When is the court going to control the courtroom? And Steele is absolutely right that, cool, we get it, it's supposed to be for impeachment, but this isn't the way to do impeachment, to just ask somebody and then not show them what contradicts their testimony. It's not the way to do it. So good to see you, Mocha is me. Thank you for the 5. Floyd says, I'm rewatching this to hear your commentary. I feel like it's been a little crazy. Whitaker's overloved today and she cannot stop arguing. It seems like that. I mean, hopefully, you know, Whitaker maintained like, cool, if it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, then you can ask him about it. But can you get to the point? Can you get to the confrontation? And I'm going to guess that we're not going to get there. I'm going to guess that that's not going to be what happens. Thank you so much, Floyd. And then Chip says, yeah. Oh, we're going to do another apple and peanut butter and jelly metaphor. Chip, thanks for the super, says, did you tell the police you bit the apple? Like, come on. I know we're going to go right back, and Love is not going to change her course. She's not going to course correct. She's not going to adjust. But I don't think the judge is going to stop it. I just don't think the judge is going to stop it. Connie B says, any other witness testimony placing Shannon Stillwell in that car during the shootout? I think one of the bigger things that they want to be able to bring in is, they had, if this is the same shootout, they did have one officer try to say that Shannon Stillwell was present and getting out of the car and running, but they handled that on cross. If that's the same shooting incident, I have to go back and rewatch that. And we still haven't had some of the cell site data stuff come in, so there could be corroborating evidence coming in through a future witness that might not really be testimony. I heard Shannon Stillwell say something. I heard Quindarius Zachary say something. It might be like, look, we believe this phone number belongs to Shannon Stillwell, and it shows that it was in this location around the relevant times. So I'm still waiting to see, as if I'm sitting in the courtroom, what we get to corroborate this story. So I can't say yes or no. If they have it, I'm sure it's coming through another witness. Thank you, Connie B. FFS says, does Love ever just take an L and move? No. Does she ever just take an L and move on? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. She has to try at least 3 or 4 times before she even thinks about moving on. FFS says, the judge is even over her. She's arguing just for the sake of arguing, but the judge isn't stopping it. Oh no. ST Satchel, the unfortunate truth here is that it might be several days before cross. ST Satchel says 3 days before cross and counting. Yeah, I don't think we'll have the witness passed. If we got to watch these videos, and they're already doing lunch, they're back from lunch in real time. Definitely not going to be done with direct today. Probably not going to be done with direct tomorrow. So while I think you're right, ST Satchel, that's still annoying that she's going to do 3 days on this witness. She should be showing the video clips right now. All right, let's skip this break. It's been going and going. We'll come back a little bit before, because sometimes they talk before they show the people.
Add one more.
Like that, you see, they're talking.
To add one more line to what I was saying and asking.
Oh my God, look at Whitaker's face. We come back from break, the sound cuts on, and it's Love trying to argue again.
Just to, thank you. Whenever the court.
Go ahead.
says so. The other thing I wanted to say, Judge, is that without putting the core fact that I'm asking the witness about, without asking him about that first on appeal, if there is an appeal, and all I ask is, did you tell the police X?
I want you to ask the fact.
Oh,
That seems much more relevant than what you told or didn't tell the police.
right. So that's what I was doing, and that's what I thank you. That was all I was going to say, because without it, all that we have is you told the police or you didn't. You don't have the fact in. So thank you.
And briefly, Your Honor, if the state intends I'd like to raise a 403 objection. If the state intends to go line by line, or pretty much line by line,
That would be
through a
sustained.
300-page transcript,
Yeah.
well, then I'm
update
not
the
going to argue
counter.
anymore if it's going to be sustained. Thank
And
you.
Your Honor, the 403 objection, I assume, would be made as to a specific question and not the whole.
No, the fact that you seem to be going line by line through this transcript,
Your Honor, I'm,
practically line by line through this transcript.
Your Honor, again, as I've said, I have to confront him with certain
You
facts.
don't at this point, because he has said, I do not remember a single thing about that interview, and I'm not going to remember a single thing about that interview.
But the facts that he alleged in the interview have not been put upon him, and the record will only reflect that he said the things in the interview. The record will not reflect it as a substantive proof of some fact I've asked about in the case. The only substantive proof that showing that he said it in the interview will reflect is that he lied about whether or not he said it in the interview. It won't show that he lied about the fact itself. If I say, he says, I don't remember what was said in the interview, and then we show he said it in the interview, all that has been proven is that he said it in the interview, not that the substantive underlying core was put upon him and he lied about that.
You do not have to put upon him every sentence that he said if he has established sufficiently, which he has for me, that he does not remember. I don't remember is equally a way to get to extrinsic evidence
If
of
he's-
a prior inconsistent statement as, no, I didn't say that.
And Your Honor, if he says, I don't remember the fact that I'm asking him about, that's one thing. But Judge, this idea of looking at, they don't know what I'm holding, but the idea of that I'm looking at something and asking him, they think line by line is an improper way to gauge whether I'm properly asking the questions, because I'm asking him substantive questions that by curtailing my ability to ask, the court is curtailing my ability to ask him, did this happen? And that is all that I'm asking to be allowed to do, because without it, the court is, the record that is being created is only that he doesn't remember what he told the police. And then she went and showed what he told the police. And so the only thing proven is he told the police that. Us showing him, telling the police that isn't substantive evidence of anything except the opposite of what he said on the stand. I don't remember what I told the police. Oh, well, here's what you told the police. Oh, okay, that's what you told the police. It is not substantive evidence of
Just cut her
did
off.
this happen, and an inconsistent statement of did this happen.
Yes, it is.
And Your Honor,
Judge, I would ask that the court allow me until the lunch break to ask the questions the way that I believe we need to ask them to make the record clear and to prove our case. And at lunch, I will bring back the case law that shows what I'm
Okay.
saying. Thank you.
So at
Yes,
lunch, I'll
the
keep
only other thing I
arguing.
want to raise is, Your Honor, and I'm sorry, I have to say something. For 2 years, I have watched the state, and specifically Miss Love, anytime there's been a ruling against her, take the floor and argue every single time and filibuster. I appreciate that an attorney at times is going to want to make a request for the court to reconsider its rulings, but I don't think that needs to happen every time and in the form of a filibuster. Thank you.
Love
Let's get the witness
it.
back in, please.
F for filibuster, guys. F for filibuster. Holy, that's really what she does. She just said, I asked the court to give me permission so I can argue again more on lunch. Like, that's insane. That is insane. Oh my gosh. Ike says, Love believes that this verbal sparring, these gotcha games, is impeachment. It makes her witnesses liars when they could just be presented as conveniently forgetful. She doesn't even know which side she wants to argue anymore.
I don't think so.
Is it for impeachment? Is it to just get like an inconsistent statement? Is it not for the truth of the matter asserted, and that's why it's not a
Yeah.
hearsay exception?
Already did.
Now she's walking up with her book. Oh, we had a squeak. Holy moly. Shout out to Doug. And big shout out, how nice. Classy just gifted 10 memberships. You guys do a C is for Classy Beats in the chat. Thank you so much, Classy.
So no. Did Tameka tell you that Shannon and some other boy named Tay or Trey, whatever, and Tameka shot at the house? Was your last question? Okay, let's get the jury in, please.
And Classy also says, get those likes up. Yes, I yelled that. Thank you. Hit that like button, you guys.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Mr. Zachary, did Demekion tell you that he, Shannon, and Tay or Traydon shot at the houses?
No,
Okay. Did you tell the police that he said that? On August 5th, 2015, did you tell the police that he said that?
oh, no.
Did you tell the police that Demekion told you that over at your house? Did you tell the police that Demekion told you that over at their house? And did you tell the police that If Gang shot at Landrum where Tay stays?
I told you already. I don't remember.
Was Summer there when all of that happened?
I already told you I was going to get her, so she had to be there.
She had to be there at Landrum?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Summer was going to Perry Homes that night?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Summer was going to Perry Homes that night?
I don't know.
You don't know? Did Demekion, Tay, Shannon, and Traydon shoot up Perry Homes that night?
No, I did.
Okay. Did you tell the police when you first went in that Demekion, Tay, Shannon, and Traydon shot up Perry Homes that night?
I told you I was trying to take everything off Moonton, so I was just lying.
All right. And did you tell the police that Demekion gave you only the names himself, Tay, Shannon, and Traydon, and he didn't really say anything about Moonton?
See, I told you I was trying to free Moonton.
So is that a yes? You did say that?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you tell the police that they were trying to figure out where Moonton was?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police because that inn ain't got no car?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police how close you and Moonton were?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you have been knowing Moonton all your life?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Shout out to 403.
Is your loyalty, did you have more loyalty to Moonton than anybody else within your circle of friends that night?
I ain't got no loyalty to nobody.
Did you tell the police that you had more loyalty to Moonton than any of the other names we just mentioned?
I don't know.
And in fairness, did you tell the police that you have no loyalty to anybody?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Moonton has no loyalty for you?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Did you believe that Moonton had loyalty for you on that night?
I don't know.
Do you remember the last time that you had talked to Moonton before you went in to speak with police on August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you had not talked to him lately?
Objection 403.
Your Honor,
Yes.
given what has already been said and what we believe will come out, we believe that it is not in any way a waste of time to show the jury certain things that this witness said about Moonton and the last time that he talked to him. And in order for us to allow them to be able to consider certain things substantive evidence, they have to hear what he said, and I have to confront him with it.
This is not even what we talked about on the break, but sustained.
Your Honor, may I ask what it is that I should not do in terms of,
If you want to come up here to the bench, you can.
okay?
Holy moly. She's marching up there. Doug. Shout out to Doug. Shout out to Rule 403. Oh my goodness. And I'm sure they'll go to the seal, but we'll look at Doug scoot right on up in there. That's hilarious. The judge is like, well, this isn't even what we talked about, but it's still another issue that you keep doing, love. You keep doing. Okay, that was a bit long, this break, this sidebar. And you guys are hilarious. Squeaky Chair said, I wonder if she fights herself in the mirror. I can see it. I can see it. All right, let's see their faces when they walk away. Nah, they're just chatting.
All right, we need the witness back in.
And thank you for the 2 Squeaky Chair. Always love to see your name.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Zachary, while you were locked up for what you say you're on probation now, so that 428 incident, did Monktunk let you know that Demekion had said, I'm sorry, did Demekion tell you that the police had tricked him?
He didn't tell me that when we were locked up. He told me that before we got locked up. He told me that before we got locked up.
And do you remember which time frame it was?
He told me that when we were locked up too. Yeah, he did tell me that when we were locked up.
Okay. Was it when you locked up for this?
Yes,
Okay. Was Demekion locked up for the same thing?
yes.
All right. Now, what were y'all in the same pod and same cell and same something else?
I don't remember.
How did you all start talking about this?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Did you ask him what he told the police?
I told you he had already been told. I've been told you that.
What do you mean?
He had already told me before we got locked up.
Okay.
But when I got locked up for it, he told me again.
Okay, so before you went in, Demekion told you what he told the police?
Yes, I've been told you that.
All right. And was this the time you said that he told you when you picked him up on your bike?
On my bike.
Yes,
I
it's,
don't remember.
okay. Now, did Detective Gaither tell you effect on the listener? It does. And we're not offering for the truth of the matter asserted, and it's not Detective Gaither giving a testimonial statement. It's Detective Gaither asking the witness a question.
Oh,
Did Detective Gaither tell you that she had some phone records?
I don't remember.
Did you know that she had some phone records?
I got locked up in May
Mhm.
for a gun. They
Right.
said all this in the preliminary hearing in May,
Who said all what?
in court.
No, who, you said they said all, I'm asking
Well,
you.
the DA said this when I got locked up for the gun by myself, so I already knew what was coming.
Okay, Mr. Zachary, please answer only the question I'm asking you.
I
And
can
that
answer that
question
question.
is, you can explain it maybe if the court lets you, but that question is, did you know that the police had phone records?
Yes,
Okay. Did you believe that the police had tricked Demekion?
yes,
Right. Did you tell the police that you believed that they had not tricked Demekion?
Objection 403.
overruled.
Did you tell the police that you believed they had not tricked Demekion?
so what I put one in there and said, oh, I already know y'all the meeting. No,
Did you tell the police, how could somebody trick you? You're a grown man.
I was playing my role,
What role?
acting like I ain't know what was going on.
Okay,
I know what's going on.
all right.
Green,
What now?
I know what's going on. I went slow. I knew what was going on. I told you I already knew.
You already knew what?
What was already said?
What was already said by whom?
I don't know. Keep asking the same questions.
Do you want the jury to hear what happened or not?
I don't know.
Okay. You said you knew that the police had phone records. Did you know that they had your phone records?
I just told you they had already told my lawyer when I was in preliminary hearing.
I'm asking you whether you knew the police had your phone records.
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell them that you knew they had your phone records?
I don't know.
Sustained.
Did you tell the police that the number that they had was not your phone number? Absolutely relevant, Your Honor, because of what-
Overruled.
Probably did.
Did the police attempt to end the interview after telling you how they got your phone records and you insisted that wasn't your number?
I don't remember.
Did you give them Moontune's number?
No.
Do you know what Moontune's number is?
No.
Did you know what Moontune's number was at the time?
No.
Do you remember talking to them about Moontune's number? And by them, I mean Detectives Gaither and Dennis in the August 5th, 2015 interview.
They had already knew Moontune's number. I never gave them Moontune's number.
So you didn't confirm or deny it?
I don't know. I know they had already knew it.
So the number that they had for Moontune is one that you knew was Moontune's number?
I was in the car when they called his phone.
That's not the question. Could you please answer? It'll get you there faster. The number that they told you they had for
I don't remember
Moontune,
telling me about no Moontune's number.
did you know that they had Moontune's number?
I don't know. Did I know that they had? Yeah, I know they had.
Yes. And did you try to convince the police that the only way you knew the details of April 28th was that Demekion had told you?
I don't know.
Did Detective Gaither, did you tell her that you were going to go down there and be honest, just be honest about things?
Ain't never been honest day of my life.
Did you tell her that that's what you were going to do?
I don't know.
Did you have Summer or anybody else tell Detective Gaither you were going to be honest?
No.
Just you need to come down there and talk to you. They need to come talk to you.
No.
Did you tell Detective Gaither that you were being honest about how you knew about April 28th?
I don't know.
Did you promise Detective Gaither you were not there on April 28th?
I don't know.
Did Detective Gaither get up or get ready to leave when you promised her you weren't there?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I ask?
No, I mean, I don't know. You may ask a different question.
No.
After you promised Detective Gaither you weren't there, did you ask Detective Gaither and Dennis if they wanted to talk about some other cases?
I don't know.
Now, did you believe you needed to talk about your case before you got to the other cases?
Sustained.
Would Detective Dennis and Gaither talk to you about any other cases before talking to you about yours? And Your Honor, if there's a relevance objection, I do have a response. If I need to go to the bench, I will.
I guess you're going to need to come to the bench.
Okay, we'll wait and see if that's sustained or whatever. Oh, man. And I think it was Anika in the chat say, does anyone know if he has an attorney? I haven't heard that he's retained somebody, but if something were to happen where they decide to hold him in contempt or anything, hopefully at that point we'd have the judge mention, you know, if you can't afford an attorney, if money is the problem for you having counsel and you'd actually like to have a lawyer, we can work with the public defender's office. So I don't think it's, I haven't seen anywhere that he's privately retained anybody after firing Shibe. And then also big thank you. You guys are leaving hilarious comments here. Taybiz TV had said, Your Honor, I need Quindarius Zachary's video admitted so I don't have to prosecute. I don't ask good questions. Miss Squeaky Hind Parts. And you guys, I dropped a link in the chat, but I know it goes away quickly. Dropping again a stream that Taybiz did on Friday that talked about the Fonnie Willis hearing for the first half, and then the second half is about the case of the defendant that a few months ago had jumped across the bench at the judge. So if you guys wondered what happened with that, a great stream for the Fonnie hearing with Ashley Merchant, but also really interesting to watch what's going on, that update with that kind of viral story of the guy jumping the bench at the judge. So that is in the chat now, that link, if you want to bookmark that. Leah's dad says, so little happened, you're already almost caught up. Yeah, we're going to skip like an hour and a half of lunch, so we'll be caught up. Good to see you, Leah's dad. Good morning. Sheeny Beanie, another name I love to say, says, and this is regarding Love walking around and referencing her big binder notebook thing. Optics matter. To the jury, it would also look like she's reading from a transcript, and Love knows that. So those optics bolster your questioning, bolster the things you're injecting into your questioning. Great point, Sheeny Beanie. Gwennon Garnett says, how is I don't remember a lie? Miss Loathe can't prove he does remember. Now, there are, and I think George is a bit more lax with this, but for, inconsistent statements, when you're trying to get an out-of-court statements, prior things that you've said, excessive I don't remembers, there's leeway there for that to be impeachable. So, and I think George is a bit more lax with that, and maybe even just both judges we've seen on this trial are lax with that. But at the same time, it's not like these witnesses where we're seeing these prior inconsistent statements come in. It's not like these witnesses are only saying, I don't remember once or twice, right? They're consistently saying, I don't remember, I don't recall, before the question's even finished. So I actually think the leeway here for that, I think it's understandable to say, look, they're saying they don't remember, just confront them with the actual statement, play the tape. And really the judge is saying, stop asking them over and over, just play the tape. That's really the problem, is Love is not moving to the things she should be doing when this witness keeps saying, I don't remember, over and over and over, even though it's pretty apparent that it's either disingenuous or purely non-cooperative. So you're right in sentiment there, Gwennon, but it is allowable to impeach through a consistent I don't remember when it's disingenuous. Randall King gifted a membership. Glad to see you over here. You have great music feedback over in Club Classy, so happy you're joining us today. ST Satchel also gifted another membership, just sniping away here in the chat. Always love for ST Satchel. Thank you so much. 403 is ready, says, hello, Kat. He, meaning Quindarius Zachary, reminds me of my son off meds. So, great insight. A couple people are saying just as much in the chat, like some of the demeanor, maybe the irritability, or the, not cooperativeness. If he hasn't had medication in a few days, that could explain a lot of what's going on. Great point and good insights. Thank you so much, 403. You are being named a lot today. Casey Dog says, if Love was related, she wouldn't be invited to barbecues. Or you mean it wasn't related? I think it's supposed to be if Love wasn't related, she wouldn't be invited. That would make a little bit more sense in context here. I got you, Casey Dog. Thank you for the 2. And then FFS with the infamous quote of this trial, I've never been honest a day in my life. Could be a pattern here. And Touche, thank you so much, Touche, says, really surprised there aren't more argumentative objections from defense. She keeps posing her snide comments and personal conclusions as time-wasting questions before the jury. For what it's worth, I think some of the things that could be 403 and argumentative, I think Doug is firing off with these 403 objections today, and that's really nice to see. And a lot of them are getting sustained. We have a little counter, and to me, to have 14 sustained, we're going to get the outcome of this. We haven't added this objection yet. But on a regular day, we might only see 4 or 5 objections at this point from the defense, and the vast majority of them would be overruled. Now we're getting a lot more objections and a higher ratio of sustained. So really, really, really good to see. I hope they keep objecting, and we might see argumentative be made. So we'll look for it. It'll be like an I Spy of objections. Esquire gifting 5. You guys shout out E for Esquire in the chat. Thank you so much. It's so nice. Update that banner. I'll update the banner when we get this objection, if we find out if it was sustained or not. Super, super nice of you. Guys, if you are a member, especially if you just became a member, make sure you check out those custom emojis. They're available to members. You know, I'd make them free for everybody, but YouTube, it's just a feature that YouTube builds in for members only. So we take advantage of it however we can. And I do also want to thank Flesh of the Gods sent a 5 over on Cash App saying thank you. Flesh of the Gods hit 2,500 subscribers yesterday, and has been doing a ton of rewind clips on the YSL trial. So if you want to get a flashback, if you missed the earlier parts, if one of the mods could drop Flesh of the Gods channel, that would be awesome. You'll see a ton of familiar faces in the chat for his live streams as well. So thank you for the cash. Thank you so much. And Tameka also sent a Cash App, and she's letting us know that she'll be back in a couple of days and that she misses everybody. So super sweet. I don't know if Tameka's lurking to see, but lots of love to Tameka. And then Amy Ian Classy sent 30 on Cash App. You guys are so sweet, and I cannot wait. You know I'm going to use that to sponsor somebody right back. So all love here. Super reciprocity. Thank you so much to both Amy and Classy. Super, super sweet. We'll be hanging out over in Club Classy tonight at 8 p.m. 403 is ready, says, yes, my son passed away from sickle cell, I know. And it's just still crazy to me that sickle cell was being presented as some brush-off disease. I don't understand firsthand what sickle cell might be like, but I know a lot more about it over the last 2 weeks of watching this trial, right? But even before that, even before what I've learned in this small space of time, I never would have thought it was just a brush-off disease that wasn't a big deal and people don't really feel pain, they're faking it. I still can't get over the way that sickle cell was kind of treated broadly by both Love, a little bit by Hilton, and then by the judge. Like, I can't get over it, and it makes me mad when I hear, like, 403, you lost a loved one because of it, and it was treated like nothing in this courtroom. Except for Shaib. Shaib said, my client could die from this. So, shout out to Shaib for holding it down on that. I appreciate you, 403 is ready, and I appreciate you for sharing, because it shouldn't have to be stated that people die from this. But I guess we have to put the reminder out there because we have people like this trying to downplay it. And it's just frustrating. So we're going to get back into this. I guess we'll see about this objection, whether it was sustained or not.
Okay, just left. Oh, wait. Come on. Sorry. Come on up, Mr. Zachary.
His chair has a little bit of a squeak going on too. Should we count it?
After Detective Gaither told you you had to tell her about your stuff, did you tell her something different than what you had told her previously?
I don't remember.
Okay, let me ask you this. Were you, Montun, Shannon, Tay, Tradon, and Demekion the ones that actually shot up the houses?
No, I did.
All right, by yourself?
Me and God,
You and Garlington?
Yes.
How many guns y'all have?
a lot.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Okay. Then how do you remember it was a lot?
I know it.
Okay. Are you saying Garlington, because you know Garlington's now convicted of that too?
What?
Are you saying Garlington because you know Garlington now has been convicted of that too, so no more harm can come to him?
No, I'm just telling the truth.
Okay. So why can you remember now when you couldn't remember a minute ago anything from 2015?
I told you I remember what I was on probation for. I told you that 10 times.
Right. But did you say you could remember what other people did?
I don't know what nobody else did. I know what I did.
Okay. So why did you tell the police that you, Moontoon, Shannon, Tay, Traydon, and D were the ones that shot up the house?
I never told no police that Moulton shot at no house.
Do you remember Detective Gaither saying to you, effect on listener?
Overruled.
Do you remember Detective Gaither telling you that you think you could tell her about a whole bunch of other stuff and get help on your stuff, but you got to be honest about what you're here for? And that's how this works. It doesn't just work like you tell me a whole lot of stuff about other people and we forget about your stuff. You got to be honest with what you got going on. Do you remember her telling you that?
I would never look for help for myself.
I'm just asking you if you remember her telling you that.
No.
All right. Do you remember her saying, after something like that being said by Detective Gaither, all right, me, Moontoon, Shannon, Tay, Traydon, and D.
I shot up a house, man, guards.
I'm asking you if you remember saying what I just asked. All right. How many cars were there that night?
How many people got convicted of it?
How many cars were the people who were with you in when you all shot up the houses?
100.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that there were 2 cars?
That's a lie. I
Objection
told you.
403.
Sustained.
Judge, how,
Overruled. I know what you're going to say. Yes, I overruled. Go ahead.
did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that it was 2 cars?
I just told you it was 100 cars.
All right, but did you tell them that it was 2?
I don't know.
Okay. Which car were you in? Who were you in a car with?
Myself and Gardson and Sledge.
Yourself and Garlington and Sledge? And Moontook is the one you were closest with out of all those?
Yes.
Then why did you tell the police you were in the car with Moontook?
Because I was letting them, I told you, as I told you earlier, I was trying to let them know that Moulton didn't condone in that.
How does telling them you in the car with Moontook when you shooting up houses, tell them that he doesn't condone that?
Because I don't know.
Okay. Now, what 2 cars did you all use?
I don't know.
Huh?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you all used an Impala that was gray?
I don't know.
Now, you said earlier that you, Demekion, and who were in the car together?
Sledge.
Sledge. Do you remember telling the police after they asked you who all was in the car with you? Me, Moontook, Shannon, and D.
I never saw Shannon that night.
Say that again now?
I never saw Shannon that night.
Do you see Shannon in the courtroom today?
I can't see that far.
Do you know whether he's in the courtroom?
I don't know.
You have no idea?
No.
Okay. Do you remember whether Traydon was in the car with you all?
When I'm in the car with me, Sledge, and Gardson, I just told you that.
Was Traydon in another Impala with you all?
I just told you, the only people in the car with me, Sledge, and Gardson.
Right, I hear you. But I'm asking you about Traydon and the car he was in. Do you remember whether he was in another Impala?
I don't remember no Traydon.
Okay. Do you remember telling police that Traydon was in another Impala?
I just told you I don't remember. No Traydon, no Impala, nothing.
Do you remember an orange or burgundy or something Impala?
No.
Do you remember telling the police you did?
No.
So you don't remember telling them that orange or burgundy Impala,
Overruled.
you don't remember telling them whether that orange or burgundy Impala was the same year as Moontook's, probably an 08 or something like that.
Listen, man, Lord, I'm ADHD, autistic. I don't remember. I just be talking. I don't remember. Did y'all do y'all research on me before y'all even tried to put me in interrogation or whatever it is?
Okay, you said you're ADHD and autistic?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell the police that the orange or burgundy car was the same year as Moontook car, probably a 08 or something like that?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I ask the basis that you, I don't know what the 403 basis, so that I can table up the next question.
It's a waste of time.
It's not a waste of time.
Move on to the next question, please.
Do you know where Traydon stayed at?
I don't know no Trey Down.
Do you know where Tay stayed?
I don't know no Tay. Well, yes, I know Tay, but I don't know which state.
All right. Did you know where the people were the if gang members y'all were shooting at on Adele stay?
I don't know who we shooting at.
Do you remember telling the police that Traydon or Tay was the one that knew where the people who lived at Adele stayed at?
No,
Huh?
no.
All right. Now, had Tay had beef with the people on Adele before, specifically Philo and D?
I don't know.
All right. You said earlier that you knew Philo. Is Philo
Yes,
Philip
I knew
Collins?
him. I knew of that name for being in my discovery package. I never knew him.
You didn't know him on April 28th.
No,
You didn't know him on August 5th?
no,
All right. By August 5th, I mean August 5th, 2015.
no.
All right. Did you tell the police that Philo was Philip Collins?
Hell no, I ain't saying. I don't know his name. I ain't see that name until I got locked up and it was in my discovery package.
Did you know a D or Darren Mills, who was Philip Collins' little brother?
Never saw that name until I saw it in my discovery package.
Did you tell the police that D was Philo's little brother?
No, I don't know them people. I just told you that.
Were you asked whether those people lived at 1428 Adele Avenue over there by Mosley Park?
Objection 403.
Judge, how is, if I may, Your Honor, I don't know how else the jury is going to know the witnesses' statements and be able to decide what's true and what's not without not asking.
She already told you you can confront him with
specific
the actual
questions.
statements.
You're asking about the questions being asked.
No, I did. I'm asking, did he know that Philo and D stayed over there? And I understand, I'll change and rephrase.
Okay.
Did you know that Philo and D stayed on 1428 Adele Avenue over by
I don't know them
Mosley
people.
Park?
I don't know where they stay.
Say it again.
I don't know them people. I don't know where they stay.
All right. And Mr. Zachary, I'm going to need you to do me a favor. You see the court reporter to your left? She's typing down things. And if you start talking before I finish asking questions, she can't get it down. So can you let me finish asking the question before you answer, please?
She asked me
That's
the
not
same
why
question.
you care.
I understand.
Can't trip me up or trick me. You know that.
I don't want to. Can you do that for me?
All right.
Thank you. All right. So was your answer, you did not know that Philo and D lived on 1428?
Yes,
Adele
I did not
Avenue.
know.
You're doing it again, Mr. Zachary. Can you let me
Told you
finish?
I'm ADHD, autistic. I don't
Okay.
just-
Mr. Zachary? The jury has to hear this information.
Yeah, like I can control this.
You can, can't you?
No,
Okay. Do you know where Mosley Park is?
no,
Did you know that D was Philo's little brother?
no.
How did you get involved in that mix since you weren't at the club? When little D, that is Demekion, got jumped. How'd you get involved in that mix?
I don't remember.
Did you get involved when they shot at Summer, when If Gang shot at Summer?
I never was told who shot at something. I don't know nobody who shot. I just know she got shot at.
Is that when you got involved, when you learned that she got shot at?
Yes,
All right. And where did they shoot at Summer?
Campbellton.
Is that the part on Landrum?
Yes.
Did they shoot at Summer now before all the shootings happened or after?
Before.
All right. Was Summer at Landrum Arms with Alexis and Tay at the time that they shot at them?
I don't know.
Did you tell police they were?
I don't know.
Were Summer, Alexis, and Tay in a car together?
I don't know.
Were you asked about them being in a car together?
I don't remember.
Did you clarify for the police that Summer wasn't with Tay, she was with Alexis?
I don't remember.
Did you clarify that Tay hadn't gotten there yet?
I don't remember.
Do you know whether the people that shot at Summer were inside or inside of a car or inside of the apartment complex outside of the car when they shot at Summer?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that when Summer and them went into the apartment complex, that the people that were shooting at them started shooting from way down in Summer's parking lot?
I don't remember.
Did you call the police when you learned that they were shooting up Summer's apartment complex on Landry?
I don't know the number to the police.
Do you know 911? Mr. Zachary? Mr. Zachary,
Huh?
do you know 911?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did someone else get shot that night?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that someone else had gotten shot that night?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police it was right after Demekion got jumped?
I don't remember.
And do you still not remember whether or not the people that shot were the guys from If Gang?
Sustained.
Did you tell the police who it was that shot after Demekion got jumped?
I don't remember.
Do you remember how you knew who it was that shot after Demekion got jumped?
I don't remember.
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you-
Facts, not evidence.
The next question I think is gonna,
Sustained, but you can ask the next
All right.
question.
so you don't remember whether telling the police how you knew it was who
Objection, Your Honor.
shot?
Asked and answered, and it was just sustained the objection.
You
That
just laid
was-
the foundation.
That's what I'm attempting to do.
Overruled.
So you don't remember telling the police how you knew it was who was shooting at Summernail?
No, I don't know.
Do you remember telling them that Summer saw the car that they were in?
I don't know.
Do you remember what car they were in?
I don't know.
Do you remember what car you believed they were in?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police it was a gray Charger?
I don't remember.
Do you know at this time who drives or who drove a gray Charger on April 28, 2015?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police who drove a gray Charger during that time on April 28, 2015?
How can I tell them who driving if I wasn't?
Yes
I didn't
or no?
see it?
Can you answer the question? Do you remember telling the police who drove a gray Charger
Objection 403.
on, Judge, getting to how he knows who shot whom and why steps were taken afterwards, and the fact that it was an alleged If Gang and rival gang is very relevant and not cumulative.
Sustained, overruled.
Who is sustained?
The speaking objection is sustained and the other one is overruled.
Okay, so you can answer. Do you remember telling the police who it was that drives a gray Charger on April 28, 2015?
No.
Do you remember telling the police that that boy Philo and his name D, Philo's little brother, drove that car? Philo and D.
No.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that the gray Charger was Philo's little brother's car?
No.
Now, do you know Denise Bell?
No.
Have you ever heard of Denise Bell as it relates to, are you typing something on the computer? Mr. Zachary,
Huh?
what you typing on the computer?
I don't know.
Leave the
Judge?
Computer alone. Don't touch it.
At the
He's
time, did
bored.
you know that Philo and D lived at 14, whether Philo and D, whether their family lived at 1428 Adele Drive?
I just told you, I don't know them folks. I don't know where they stay.
So is that enough?
No.
Did you believe Philo and D were shooting at Summer and Tay and Alexis?
No.
Did you tell the police that Philo and D were shooting at Summer and Tay and Alexis on April 28, 2015, while you were in that August 5th, 2015 interview?
No.
Was anyone else, as you sit here today, with Philo and D when they were shooting at Summer, Tay, and
I
Alexis?
never told you I saw who shot at no something lit.
Okay. Do you remember telling, after being asked, was anyone else with Philo and D, do you remember telling the police Stewie, the name Stewie,
No.
S-T-E-W-I-E?
No.
Do you remember telling them also a boy named Spaz, S-P-A-Z?
No.
Do you remember telling them that all four of them were in the car and then they shoot at them? All four being Philo, D, Stewie, and Spaz.
Make it make sense. If I didn't see the car, how can I know who shot at?
Help me make it make sense. Do you remember telling the police
I'm telling you
that?
that. I'm telling you, if you common sense, you'll see. If I didn't see the So shoot, how can I say some names? That's just a lie. I don't remember.
Okay, we'll get to that. So that's a no, you don't remember telling the police that, right? Mr. Zachary?
Yeah.
Was that a yeah to her question or a
Did
yeah to yeah,
Summer
I'm
come
listening?
home and wake you up after Philo, Stewie, Spaz, and D shot her up?
You keep saying them names. I don't know who shot her up.
Did you tell the police that Summer came and woke you up after that?
I don't know.
Did you call Montunk after getting a call from Summer about a shooting by those 4 guys?
You just said she came home. Now you
I'm
saying
asking
call.
you a different question. I didn't say anything, I'm asking. Did you call Montunk
I don't remember.
after getting a call about the shooting?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that you called Montunk?
I don't remember.
Did Montunk want you to ride with him to the Adele Drive location?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Montunk them didn't want you to ride with them? They wanted you to ride, but didn't want you to ride.
I don't remember.
Do you remember where you were seated in the car that you were in with Montunk?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you were seated in the back seat after they asked you where you were seated?
I don't,
Do you remember telling the police you didn't have anything to do with the shooting?
I don't remember.
Or didn't have to do anything at the shooting?
I don't remember.
Tell the jury, please, Mr. Zachary, who was sitting where in the car you were in?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Do you remember who was driving?
I don't remember.
Do you remember anything about, since you remembered it earlier, do you remember anything about the people, positions in the car that you said you were in the night Adele Avenue got shot up?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon's in the front?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Dee's on one side?
I don't
Right.
remember.
Do you remember pointing out to the police during that interview where Montunk was driving?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that specifically Shannon was the front seat passenger? Huh? I didn't say the front seat. Do you remember telling the police that Shannon was a front seat passenger?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you were sitting behind Shannon?
Who got charged with it?
Why are you asking that?
Cause it don't make sense. If he was there, how come he didn't get charged with it?
Mr. Zachary, will you please answer the questions that I'm asking? Do you remember telling the police that Shannon was the front seat passenger?
No,
Do you remember telling the police that you were sitting behind Shannon?
no,
Do you remember telling the police that Demekion was sitting behind Montunk?
no.
Hypothetically, if you did tell the police that Montunk was driving, how are you keeping Montunk out of it? He said today that he was trying to keep Montunk out of it.
Sustained.
Okay. How does telling the police that Montunk was driving keep Montunk out of the shooting?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
You got another one of these?
Nope. Do you not remember?
I don't know.
Okay.
And guys, Spaz is on that PowerPoint presentation. There is a Spaz on there with 2 Z's, and it looks like the name is Katez White. And on that PowerPoint, he's listed under If Gang. So Spaz is not another Lil Mike and Quez, just so you know.
Who drove that, or who owned that orange other car, that orange or burgundy car that you now say you don't recall knowing about?
I ain't saying I don't recall. I said I don't remember. It's different, I think. And I don't remember.
Okay, you said you don't know.
I said I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that that boy Traydon owns that car?
I don't remember.
Do you know what gang Traydon belongs to?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that he's supposed to be a blood, like a regular gang, but you don't know exactly which blood, but they're supposed to be blood?
I don't know.
Okay. Were Montunk, Shannon, and Dee in the car all together when they came and picked you up?
Shannon was never in the car. I never saw Shannon at night.
Did you tell the police that
Oops.
when Motunk came and picked you up, Motunk, Shannon, and Dee were in the car?
I don't remember, but I know Shannon wasn't with him.
And after the people came and picked you up, where did you all go first?
My cousin's house.
Which one? On Landrum?
Yes.
Now, when did you all at some point go to Perry Homes?
I don't remember.
Did you go to Perry Homes last?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that you went to Perry Homes?
I don't remember.
Did you describe to the police going to the house on MLK?
I don't remember.
Are you not remembering because you see any people that you know out in the courtroom that you care about?
I just told you I can't see.
I understand, but you know who all's in this case, don't you?
No.
You haven't seen it?
Haven't seen what?
Anything about this case?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
So are you concerned about being labeled a snitch?
I made it through prison, man, label that. I ain't scared of that. And I ain't never PC, never got touched, none of that.
What is PC?
Protected cousin, I ain't never got, nigga ain't never laid no hand on me nowhere. I'm in prison.
Okay,
All different types of states, you know that.
okay. So who got out of the car and who stayed in the car?
I shot, I did everything.
I think I asked you this, but have you ever worn dreads around April 2015?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police Shannon and Dee and Tay got out the car and Motunk stayed in?
Shannon was never with us.
All right, listen to the question she's asking and answer that question, and then you can explain if you need to.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee and Tay got out of the car, and it's T-A-Y?
No, Shannon
And-
was never with us.
I'm sorry.
No, Shannon was never with us.
I understand that's your testimony today. I'm asking you if you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee and Tay, and by Dee I mean Demekion, and Tay got out of the car and Motunk stayed in. Do you remember telling the police that?
No.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee got out of the car and went and shot up the house?
I shot up the house.
I understand. Do you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee got out of the car and shot up the house?
I shot up the house.
All right, listen to the question and answer the question she's asking.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee got out of the car and shot up the house?
No, I don't remember. I shot up the house. That's all I remember.
Since you now say that Shannon wasn't there, do you recall what kind of gun you told police Shannon had
No,
when he shot up the house?
he ain't had no gun. He went down.
Do you recall telling the police that Shannon had a Draco 7.62?
I'm the only one with a Draco.
Say the winner.
I was the only one with that gun.
Okay.
That gun was in my name. How can somebody else have my gun?
So did you lie on Shannon?
Yeah, I told you that the other day.
Okay.
I lied on everybody.
So you told the police that Shannon had a Draco 7.62?
I don't remember. But I know that was my gun. So.
Did you know where the police or where that gun was on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember.
Did you know whose gun? You're now saying that it was your gun, but at the time you talked to the police, did you know whose gun it was?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon already had the gun?
Shannon was never with us.
I hear you today. I'm asking you if you remember telling the police that Shannon already had the gun.
No.
Do you remember telling the police that it was a chopper?
A helicopter?
Is that the only thing you know is a chopper?
Yes.
You don't know about an AK-47 being called a chopper?
I think them call machine guns.
Okay. So if you hear yourself on a video calling it a chopper, would that help you remember?
They ain't gonna help me remember. They're gonna know that I lied.
Oh. So do you remember telling the police that that chopper was brown?
My gun. How can I said guns that I know was on the scene that I used?
How many guns can you shoot at one time? You personally?
2, 3, 2,
At one time?
2.
How do you hold a chopper? How do you hold a 7.62 and a 7.23 and shoot them both at the same time?
Easy.
How?
Easy.
Show the jury.
I ain't showing no jury that, man.
Your Honor, would the court please instruct the witness to show the jury?
You're saying you can do it, so show the jury how
How
it
to
would
do
be
it,
done.
I don't know how to do it.
Do you recall telling the police that Tay had a 7.62?
Cause I knew that I'm the only one had 7.62. I knew that they know I had a 7.62 in my name.
Did your gun look like a big old deer gun?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Tay's gun looked like a big old deer gun?
I don't remember.
What kind of gun did Demekion have?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what you told the police about the gun Demekion
I
had?
don't remember.
Why don't you remember?
I don't remember.
Now, you were trying to protect Montun, but did you tell the police that Demekion had Montun's gun?
I don't know.
How would telling the police that Demekion had Montun's gun protect Montun?
I don't know.
Was the gun Demekion had the same gun that you got caught with in May?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that the gun you got caught with in May belonged to Montun?
No.
Did you tell the police that on April 28, 2015, Demekion had that gun?
I don't remember.
How many guns had you bought by that time, by August 5th, 2015, from any kind of pawn shop?
I don't remember.
Had you bought any from Arrowhead Pawn Shop?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police asking you about buying 3 or 4 firearms?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Do you remember talking about buying 3 or 4 firearms?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Judge okay. Did Woody trick you out of those guns?
No.
Did you tell the police that Woody tricked you out of those guns?
I don't know.
Did the police show you yourself in Arrowhead Pawn Shop buying those guns?
I don't know.
Did Traydon shoot any guns?
I don't know no Trey Dunn.
What now?
I don't know no Trey Dunn.
Did Tay shoot any guns?
One might have doubled me.
What now?
He wasn't there.
Do you remember telling the police, nah, Traydon did not shoot any guns because he was driving?
I don't know.
Did only you and the driver stay in the car?
I got out and shot.
Did you tell the police that you and the driver stayed in the car?
I don't know.
Now, where did you all park when y'all got to the house on Adele Drive?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that you and Moontunk parked way back and Taynam got close to the house, like the front driveway or something?
I don't remember.
Do you recall whether they shot the house or whether they shot people?
I don't know.
Do you remember saying last week that you saw people running into the house and you had followed the car?
I don't remember.
Was it dark or light when you all got to the Adele house,
I don't know.
Adele Drive house?
I don't know.
Did you all go to Perry Homes after Adele Drive?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that after Taynam shot at the Adele Drive house that you all went to Perry Homes?
Tell you never shot at no house. I don't remember nothing else.
Okay, did you tell the police that after Taynam shot at the house, y'all went to Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Now, did you know anybody that lived at Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you knew that Philo's girl lived at Perry Homes?
I don't remember.
That Philo's baby mama lives at Perry Homes?
I don't remember nobody no sucker.
What now?
I don't remember nobody but me.
And Moonton, right?
I just know about me.
Did Tay know Philo D and Philo's child's mother from the west side?
I can't tell you what nobody else know.
Did you tell police they knew them from the west side?
I can't tell them what nobody know.
Did you tell them that Tay, Philo, and D that they had hung together?
They let me tell them what somebody else know.
I'm sorry, what?
They let me tell them what somebody else know.
Are you asking or telling me?
Ask them.
I can't answer questions, only you can. Did you tell the police that?
I don't know.
Do you know whether Tay, Philo, and D were beefing before?
I don't know.
Is Tay slime?
I don't know.
What is slime?
I don't know.
Did you know on August 5th, 2015?
I I don't know.
Was Shannon 30 deep?
I don't know.
Was Tameka on 30 deep?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police anything about 30 deep?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Tay was from Capitol Homes and you and Monkton grew up in Capitol Homes and that's how you all got together?
I don't know.
And that's how Tay was rolling with you, Shannon, and Monkton?
Objection 403.
Overruled.
Did you?
I don't know.
So you don't remember whether you told the police if Tay was originally from Capitol
I
Homes?
don't know.
Who is Big Boo, if you know?
I don't like talking about deceased people.
You don't like talking about what, sir?
Deceased people.
Deceased people? Okay. I'm not gonna make you talk about him much, but do you know his real name?
Yes.
What is it, please?
Quinn Porter.
All right.
Quinn Porter.
And when you say he's deceased, just the year, when was he deceased?
What year?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I was locked up.
Okay. Now, did Tay used to hang with Big Boo?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police, Gaither and Dennis, on August 5th, 2015, that that's how you met Tay because Tay, all of you all used to hang with Boo?
You just said all I grew up together and kept home.
Did you tell the police that you all used to hang with Boo?
I don't
You,
know.
Tay, Shannon?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you go to get some bullets the night of April 28th, 2015?
I don't know.
Did you go to get bullets before you went to Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you had gone to get bullets before you went to Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you went to get bullets from someone that D knew on Cleveland, like at a trap spot?
I don't know.
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Do you remember talking to police about what you did the night of April 28, 2015 regarding ammunition?
Objection asked and answered.
You sustained this objection about what they did and where they got the bullets from. So
Sustained.
that was funny to you. You chuckled.
Funny to
That was
all of
funny
us.
to you. You chuckled.
I ain't talking.
Okay. Now, what is a trap spot?
That's a restaurant.
You're saying a trap spot is a restaurant?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you all get bullets for the 7.62?
I don't know.
Did you have Mooktoon's gun the day you got caught at the BP because he needed your smaller gun to go over to a girl's house?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Mooktoon needed your smaller gun to go over to a girl's house?
When I told him that some years later after I beat the case,
On August 5th, 2015, did you tell them that?
I don't know.
Did you tell them that it was a small little gun?
Who got caught with the gun?
Did you tell the police that it was a 40 Smith & Wesson
That's in my name, yes.
that was your gun that Mooktoon borrowed to go to a girl's house?
I don't know.
Did you buy that 40 Smith & Wesson a day or two before you got locked up?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police you did?
I don't know.
When you all got to Perry Homes, who was it that got out and shot at that time?
I don't know.
Did Tay, D, and Shannon get out and shoot at Perry Homes?
Who?
Tay, D, and Shannon.
Only person was there with me and Garland.
So is that a no?
I never saw Shannon that day or no Tay.
Would you answer whether that's a no? When I ask you, did Tay, D, and Shannon?
You trying to put people there who want
I'm trying to
there?
just ask you a question. Did Tay, D, and Shannon get out and shoot at Perry Homes?
No.
Okay. Did you tell the police that Tay, D, and Shannon got out and shot at Perry Homes?
I don't remember.
Do you remember how many guns you all had in total?
100.
All right. Did anybody else join you all other than the ones that either you talked about today or that you told the police were with you? Huh?
I don't understand that question.
Did a person named Lee ever join you all?
No.
Did you tell the police that a person named Lee joined you all?
No.
Did you tell the police that a person named Lee got out and shot with a handgun?
I don't even know no damn Lee.
You don't know a handgun.
I don't know a Lee.
And do you remember telling the police that Lee was in the car with Tay and them because that was Tay's friend?
I don't know. Keep putting people down.
Did you get dropped off at Sylvan Road after all this happened?
I don't know.
Did you get dropped off at a Chevron by 166?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you got dropped off
I don't know.
on Sylvan Road at the Chevron by 166?
Objection. 403.
Sustained.
I don't even think Whitaker was paying attention, but she just like, yeah, probably.
Do you remember who dropped you off
You did.
after? Okay, I did.
Yeah.
Did you tell the police I did?
Nah, I ain't want them to know we were messing around.
Okay, you did. Okay.
What?
Now, did you tell the police that Summer's cousin dropped you all off at the house?
No.
Was Summer scared to go back to her house?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Hey, Johnny explains what he did with Shannon.
Establish a basis and you can ask it. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Terry.
Your Honor, I would object to Mr.
Well, you're the one that just did it.
Stop talking back and forth to each other. You need to turn on your mic. Go ahead and ask the question if you can establish a foundation.
I'm going to count that as 2.
Did Summer have her own car when you got dropped off at the Chevron by 166?
Why you keep asking me about another female? I
Just
don't know.
answer the question.
I don't know. I don't know.
Did Summer let her cousin keep her car?
I don't know.
Did Summer indicate that she was letting her cousin keep her car because she was scared to go back to the house?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you tell the police that Shannon and other people in the car with you were slime?
I ain't ever said nothing like that.
You never said anything like that?
No.
Okay, is Shannon slime?
No.
Was Mooktoon slime?
I don't know.
Why do you know Shannon wasn't, but you don't know if Mooktoon was?
Shannon ain't grow up with us.
What does that have to do with him being slime?
A lot.
Please tell us how. Your Honor, would the court please instruct me?
Answer the question.
I don't know, Your Honor.
So, who else was slime?
You?
Were you slime?
No.
What did you have to do to be slime?
I don't even know what the hell slime is.
Since you say you don't know what it is, did you know on August 5th, 2015 what slime is?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that they call themselves slime because they be stealing stuff?
Who are they?
The people who call themselves slime.
I don't know who called themselves slime.
Okay. But did you tell the police, quote, they call themselves slime because they be stealing stuff?
If I told them that, I mean I had to know who was slime. I don't know who slime.
Would you just answer the question?
I don't remember when I was in prison. I felt it hit my head.
Okay. Did you tell the police being slime is like, you and me are cool, right? And you got a girl or something. And you leave out the room and I try and talk to her. I try to talk to your girl.
I said that.
Objection. 403.
It's a description.
Overruled.
Did you describe that for the police?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police slime means there are no rules, basically?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police, like, I slime that meant in is a proper way to use slime?
Answer the question.
I'm thinking, Your Honor. No.
Did you tell the police that if you were cool with someone, you could rob them and it would be like you just slimed them?
I don't know.
Does slime also mean that there's no loyalty?
I don't know.
Why were you ever slime? Is a better question.
I don't know what no slime is.
So then you should know whether or not you were ever slime.
No, I wasn't.
And why were you never slime?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that they would never let you get in?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that it was also because your brother and Moktoon didn't really want you hanging around them like that?
See, there I go, trying to make Montone look good again. I don't know.
Okay, so you did tell the police that?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that, let me ask you this, do you have a brother named Tay?
When you gonna speak on my brother?
The brother that hung with Moktoon,
My brother ain't no home no Montone.
the brother that didn't want you hanging around slime.
What the hell is slime? Why you gonna keep talking about my brother? I just told you that.
Did Moktoon and your brother not want you hanging around Demikion and Woody now?
We're not gonna keep talking about my brother, my love.
Okay.
That's a sensitive spot for me. We're not gonna keep talking about my brother.
Did Moktoon not want you hanging around Demikion and Woody?
That's just something I probably told him to make Montone look good again.
So is that yes or no?
I don't know.
That's your hand. Is that yes or no? Did Moktoon want you or not want you to hang around Demikion and Woody now?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Moktoon was slime?
I don't know.
Do you know how or if 30 Deep and Cleveland Avenue linked up? Do you need
No.
a break or anything?
No.
Okay. So do you know, or did you tell, first of all, do you know whether or not 30 Deep and Cleveland Avenue ever linked up?
No.
Did you tell the police that you did?
Oh, that was something I read in a newspaper article.
What newspaper article?
I don't remember that jump years ago.
Did you, years ago, before August?
I read this in my discovery package too.
Okay. Did, whose discovery package?
I don't know, somebody I locked up with.
All right. Did you tell the police that initially 30 Deep and Cleveland Avenue didn't mess with one another? They didn't hang around one another?
I don't know.
And that they didn't start hanging with one another until Thug started pushing with Woody?
I don't know.
Did Thug's relationship with Woody kind of bring everybody together?
Objection calls for speculation.
Did Thug's relationship with Woody bring you in closer to Slime?
I just told them no slime there.
But you said you hung with him though, right?
When I said that,
Did you ever hang with him?
I don't know what it is.
Okay. Did you ever hang or tell the police that you hung with him?
I don't know what it is.
Did you tell the police that Thug starting to push it with Woody is what caused you to start hanging around Slime?
No.
Tell the jury how it is that you and Woody got close.
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that the only reason you and Woody got close is because you hung with Moktoon and Moktoon was hanging with Thug?
I don't know.
Now, do you remember telling the police, or had you all ever had a problem with Mechanicsville? And by you all, I mean Slime, YSL, any of the people that you said earlier you're close with?
Who I
Had
said
you
I
all
was
ever
close-
had a problem with Mechanicsville?
Who I said I was close with earlier?
Let's start with Slime. Did Slime ever have a problem with Mechanicsville?
What is slime?
Did YSL ever have a problem with Mechanicsville?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police, we've never had a problem with Mechanicsville?
When have I ever told the police I was lying?
Did you tell the police that we have never had a problem with
When
Mechanicsville?
have I ever said I was lying?
I'm going to ask you that question in a moment. Did you ever say to the police, we have never had a problem with Mechanicsville?
I don't know.
Your Honor, at this point, there is a line of questioning that deals with a matter that was raised by one of the defendants earlier.
All
that I need
right,
to
let's
approach.
take our lunch break and we can sort it out over lunch. So y'all be back
Oh my
here at
goodness.
1:30, please.
And remember, she said she's going to argue over lunch some case law that says
Mrs.
she should
Zachary,
be
you
able
can
to
step back
continue
and be
reading
back at
from
1:30
these
also, okay?
transcripts and 403ing her behind off.
Hey, y'all, they keep taking my phone, man. They keep taking my phone.
We'll discuss that in just a second, okay? You can, hang on, just so we can discuss it.
Yeah, he definitely has a squeaky chair. There's two now because Atkins squeaked earlier too. These squeaky chairs.
Y'all have his phone with, is his phone around somewhere? You can let him use it in, as long as supervised, yes.
What you mean, long as supervisors? Joe?
Somebody else is gonna be in the room with you.
What, I'm on arrest?
No,
So what, like, I pay that phone
you're
bill.
in the middle of testifying.
I
and
pay that phone
so
bill.
Those are gonna be the conditions, but you can use it.
I ain't never agreed to them conditions.
It doesn't really matter whether you agreed to it or not.
Y'all violate all my
All right,
rights.
you can step down and you're welcome to use your phone in the presence of investigator right now. After you finish testifying, you'll have it back without any other conditions.
Yeah, remember he doesn't have counsel
All right,
currently.
yes, ma'am, Ms.
So
Love.
and
Your Honor,
Sassy
actually,
Experience called it.
Mr.
Watch the
Atkins
breaks.
just pointed out that the court had made a ruling on
Okay.
this portion, so my apologies for
All
stopping the
right, no
question.
problem.
Well-
And we needed to eat lunch anyway.
Well, can I ask what
Yes.
we're talking about? Because there are some issues in Mr. Zachary's prior statements,
Unresolved ones?
unresolved, that the state was, that Your Honor said that the state was going to have to lay a
Oh,
foundation
yeah.
through Mr. Zachary. And I'm not talking about prior consistent statements. I'm talking about
Right,
subject
things,
matters.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yes, if I said that, then yes, that the
This wasn't one
foundation
of them,
needs to be
but
laid.
yeah, this wasn't one of them, and I have in front of me those.
Huh?
That wasn't one of them.
So everybody's all good then?
I mean, the state is, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Okay, oh, I'm sorry, just, if there's no foundation laid for someone to have firsthand knowledge or admissible knowledge of something, that would mean the state and Ms. Love cannot get up there and start asking leading questions, didn't you say, didn't you say, didn't you say? Because that would defeat the whole purpose of us litigating it prior.
Do you understand what she means there, Ms. Love?
Judge, I'm very well aware of the rules of evidence, and I fully understand what Mr. Sharp
Are
is
you?
arguing, and I know what we can and cannot do, and I will follow the court's previous instructions and the rules of evidence.
Okay, so just so we're really clear, if there was something that you needed to lay a foundation for his knowledge of before he could testify about it, then you're gonna have to establish he has a basis for knowing it before you ask him. Do you remember telling the police that?
Of
Okay,
course.
all right. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can you ask the state to direct me to where, when that they had a good faith belief to ask the question to Mr. Zachary, that he told the police the name Philip Collins? I don't have that in my notes, and if it's in the transcript, I just missed it, or in the recording.
Judge,
Phil
I said-
Collins?
First I said Philo, and I asked him because everybody knows, it's in all the information we provided to the defense. And I think, without looking back on prior testimony, that at least one witness may have discussed the fact that Philip Collins was Philo, but I will confirm that. But Mr. Steele is very well aware that Philo is Philip Collins. That's in everything that we've given
That's
him.
not what he's saying. Did you,
The good faith basis. that
did you, yeah, that Zachary told the police that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I can show it to him. I sure can.
Okay.
It is on page. Let me see. And I know that he may have probably just overlooked it. So it is on page.
Hold on while I look through my 6,000 pages.
As I'm looking for the transcript portion, I can tell you that in the interview where right before they start talking about going over to Harry Holmes, they were asked, the police asked Mr. Zachary, here it is, who drives the gray Charger? Backing up to somebody got shot that night. Mr. Zachary was asked by Gaither, do you remember what time they shot at him? She asked whether it was right after Tameka got jumped. And Gaither asked, how do you know it was these people? We're talking about the guys from If Gang, right? Mr. Zachary says, yeah, because she's seen what car they were in. Gaither asked, which car were they in? Mr. Zachary says, a gray Charger. Gaither asked, and these are some of the questions that they said, 403, irrelevant, and all that were sustained. Gaither asked, who drives a gray Charger? And Mr. Zachary said, that boy, Philo, and his name D, he drove Philo's little brother. He drove, D is Philo's little brother. He drove that car. And then Gaither says, Philo and D. And Gaither says, so Philo and D, they shoot at them. And Zachary says, yes. And that's when she asked him,
Okay, so is there a last name Collins in there anywhere? I think that's what he's asking.
So, Your Honor, what I said is something about Philo or Philip Collins. Philip Collins is Philo.
Okay, but that's not in the conversation he had with the police. That's just you asking him, is it Philip Collins?
Yes, that's exactly right. And Your Honor, he asked what good faith basis I had for asking, and I'll tell you that when he said Philo and his little brother D, and we've heard testimony from one witness, I won't call it, she's a lay witness, who said that her sister's children were Darren and Philo or Philip Collins, and that Darren is younger than Philip Collins. They objected when I asked about the age. The court sustained that, but we will also hear testimony. I believe we've heard
Okay, so the question was, I think, or the objection or the request for clarification was where you have a good faith basis for asking if, or suggesting that he told the police Philip Collins.
That's not what he said. He said, did the state have a good faith basis for asking if he knew Philip Collins?
Okay, so they have a good faith basis for asking if he knew, and apparently it's not in the transcript that he ever used the last name.
Well, I'll find the exact quote over lunch, but this is why I'm objecting to the prosecutor suggesting things.
Well, she can ask, was it Philip Collins? And he can say, I don't know, because I don't know Philo anyway.
I'll get
Or
the
whatever
exact
he's
quote,
going to say.
because I don't
Okay.
believe that's how it was framed, but I'll get the exact quote.
Okay, well, I don't think it's particularly material whether he used a last name or not in talking to the police, because he's essentially saying at this point, I don't remember anything, I don't know anything, I don't know those people.
Your Honor, I find it material that a lawyer would say, looking at a transcript, and say to a
Okay,
witness,
all right, just go back and look then at what it was that she said, and there's no point us talking about it if we don't know exactly what it is. Okay, anything else before lunch?
not on behalf of Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Just because we're talking about what the lawyer did and not the evidence is, I want to say that I didn't just look at a transcript. I listened to the interview a lot.
Okay. All right, thank you. We'll see everybody back at 1:30.
Oh boy. Oh boy. So we'll mostly be able to skip that. It sounds like they might have to, and we'll see if they actually have to argue a little bit before they bring the jury back in to resolve the rest of that issue. But a lot of stuff just happened there, and Quindarius Zachary is kind of hilarious the way he's pushing back against Love's questions. I don't know if I really think that the jury is buying everything he's saying, because I'm not buying everything Quindarius Zachary is saying. However, if Love kept this really concise and got right to the point and then played the tapes, played what she's trying to play this whole time, I would think it was more meaningful for the state. If everything we've seen from Quindarius Zachary was condensed down to about like an hour of questioning, and then we got to see some tapes or statements shown to him, I might be like, oh, wow, I'm actually getting where the state's going with this. And it's just lost on me. And this is huge too. Survivor Speak said Love is mad because he won't put Shannon at the scene, won't put him in the car, says he wasn't there at all. And that's important because the other names we keep hearing are either if gang members, according to the state, or they're people that have pled out or weren't charged in this case at all. So the one person she's dancing around, he's like, no, he wasn't there. And honestly, if this was shorter, I might just conclude Quindarius Zachary is lying to protect his friend that's sitting in the courtroom and is on trial right now. But with the way this is dragging on, I'm like, he probably was lying back then. And he has to keep telling Miss Love over and over and over, like you're basically stupid for trying to say he was there. It's making me lean in the opposite direction of what I think is probable. And I think another prosecutor might have me leaning the other way, which is just crazy. Elizabeth Wright says, come on, people, hit the like button like it's love, like it's love's mouth. But seriously, let's get these likes up. Thank you so much for your support, Elizabeth. Always good to see you. And I always love that you're wearing the green. We're going to point out you're the queen slime with the crown. Sheenie Beanie says, I think Love crossed the line with her dismissive response to Quindarius Zachary, saying he has autism and ADHD. Yeah, acted like it was nothing the whole time. We can see him trying to keep his hands occupied, do stuff. I don't think he was touching the laptop to go and do anything weird. I think if something was sitting in front of him and he just said, let me keep my hands busy, something's right there. Sheenie Beanie goes on to say that if the jury has a loved one with either disability, they did not like that from her. I sure didn't. Yeah, and then also pair that with her fake condolences, and you've got a 2-for-1 love special of disingenuousness. So I feel ya. Thank you so much for the super. And Michelle, this point too. Michelle had asked, how can they do that to his mom? And 403 is ready says, I just don't understand either. Just beat down what not just he, but his family, in knowing him, especially as a kid, had to deal with for his 31 years. Right? Just make it insignificant. Make it no big deal. The pain you've watched someone go through. Just minimize it. It's fine. Because it doesn't help my case, so who cares? So, I don't have an explanation, but it sure seems like Love is willing to do it. And Sassy Experience, thank you for the reminder here. You know, sometimes we want to skip the breaks, thinking like, whatever, but they did talk about something a little bit interesting there, minus the Love run-on. David Knuth says, ADA Love has watched way too much Law and Order, and she's just as offensive as the DAs on the show. Yeah, I would say more offensive. More offensive. Right? Because at least in the show, you have some that are like, all right, you get where they're going with it. Some of them are meant to be a little bit more likable and easy to follow. Here, it's just no. It's just a straight no. Thank you for the 10. And then going back to the idea of if he has ADHD and he doesn't take the medication for it and he's trying to keep his hands busy. FFS says he's playing Tetris, looking at the laptop. And David follows up with a great point that, to be honest, with my ADHD, if I were playing Tetris during something like this, I'd be able to concentrate or answer better than if you just make me sit there idle. And I agree. I think that that's something, a little bit of extra focus. We can kind of see why that would be true. Which is why I think we saw him, you guys mentioned, it was probably he lost his paperclip. But while he was looking around on the ground, it's not like Love stopped to let him pick up anything that might have been on the ground. She just ignored him completely. Meanwhile, the jury's got to be sitting right there. They're a couple feet away from him, seeing him look for the thing that he dropped. It's got to be apparent to the jury. He's looking for something to do with his hands. And all of that in the context of him trying to tell you he has ADHD, doesn't take medication for it because his mom didn't want him to, and Love just brushed it off. So everything Love does seem to highlight the wrong thing. Ms. Kim said, hi, Kat, chat, and wonderful mods. I hope everyone had a beautiful weekend and a wonderful day. Thank you so much, Ms. Kims. Always good to see you, and you're so nice when you join the chat. Everyone say hey to Ms. Kims. Elizabeth Wright, thank you so much, dropping 5 memberships. You've sent a ton of support to the channel today, and it's super nice that you're also helping people become members. So drop some love for, and again, we're calling her Queen Slime because of her outfit in the picture with the green and the crown. She is Queen Slime of the day. And we don't know what slime means anymore. We don't know what it means. Thank you so much again. Esquire says, DA Love, leader of the nth degree argue and filibuster gang. I will go line by line of this transcript and deny the 403. It's insane she's going line by line. It's insane. And again, she said, I'm going to do this until lunch and then show you case law why I should be allowed to continue after lunch. So I expect some arguments between her and the judge, and Love is still not going to get it. But what are your predictions for after lunch, you guys? No spoilers, only predictions if you don't know what happens moving forward. FFS says, I'm going to the Apple store. My screen on my iPad Pro broke when I punched it. I think it's defective. I'll be back. Yeah, and I saw you guys in the chat catch on to this joke real quick that, that's out of frustration for listening to this 403 over and over and over. Elizabeth Wright says she is seriously holding these guys hostage with no bond, just to talk circles with her BS. 275 pages. This should be criminal. And not for nothing, but if Doug wanted to renew his motion for a time limit on the state, and we have this mini counter, it's not perfect. We have 48 objections that we've counted and 31 were sustained. Not all of them, but most of them were 403 objections. Now, does that sound like something that could help Doug Weinstein if he said, Your Honor, I want to renew my motion? You've sustained maybe 26 objections today on the basis of wasting time. Like, we can't do this every single day. We've already been doing it every single day. Like, let's put a hard line constraint on this. And I think today's a great example of how we can back that up. Not because Love's done it every day, but because the judge has acknowledged about 25 times today in response to a 403 objection that it is happening. She's ruled. So that could be important in the future. It could be something that we see referenced. But yeah, somehow Love's going to keep trying to go anyway. Elizabeth Wright also says the heartbreaking part is this man is missed his grandmother's funeral for this garbage testimony. Yep, it's my understanding from that agreement he wasn't able to leave the house, right? So he missed a funeral of a family member, which I'd come in Monday morning and be pissed off. And quite frankly, I can't wait for the defense to ask him about his demeanor. I'm not saying he was cooperative on Friday, but he's certainly less cooperative today, and there's probably a variety of factors playing into that. But let the defense ask, did you miss an important event? Because the state wanted you to be here to testify. Did you want to be here to testify? All of that. So that really sucks. And it's not really a nice silver lining to say, well, at least it's good for the defense. But I do think that with cross-examination, Quindarius Zachary will get a chance to speak his true thoughts about the state and tell them what he thinks. So I can't wait for that part. And then Shantez became a member. Thank you so much. Renee Stevenson said, I'm going to be dead as F if these are Lil Mike and Quez's friends. So guys, I promise Spaz is a actual person named in the state's theory of the case. They're supposed to be part of If Gang. Their real name is like Katez or Quatez. I don't know exactly how to say it, but their nickname is Spaz with 2 Z's. So, but hilarious. It's like, you never know. Same thing with Philip Collins. And we're going to see Steele read through that transcript. I think the issue with that is not that Philip Collins is a mysterious person, but in Love's questioning, she was referencing something, and it seems like Steele's objection is it wasn't clear if Philo/Phil was actually part of the thing she was injecting within her questioning. So I think that was really the issue. There is a Philip Collins also in this case. He's supposed to be part of If Gang, and his nickname is Philo. So lots of possible Mike and Quez today, but not quite a true Mike and Quez just yet. And then let's see. And then no, I don't know if this is a delay tactic waiting for a follow-up witness, because they could call Sprinkle back. And I guarantee you Sprinkle's probably like face against the door window trying to get back into that courtroom. So if they don't, they have a witness. They have to have a witness ready because they have Sprinkle still. We're not done with Sprinkle, for better or for worse. But otherwise, I'd say that could be a possibility. And then Leah's dad said the way people in chat are talking about autism is weird. You can't look at someone and know their mental health status, and thinking you can has hurt a lot of autistic people, women specifically. Okay, so I haven't really seen, and sorry, because I don't, especially when I'm toggled over here, I don't even see the screen with the chats on it, but autism is definitely something that, you know, you can't look at someone and see, right? I think people think of certain types of autism where there are physical traits, but you can't really just tell by looking. So I'm assuming that that's what we are getting to. But yeah, it's true. You can't just look at someone and know their current health status or the afflictions that they might be dealing with on a daily basis. And in general, there's a lot of ailments, mental health things that you could be dealing with that are not going to show physically. Same thing with physiological. You might be in pain, but it might not look like it to somebody outside. But I totally agree with you. Thank you, Leah's dad, for the reminder there. And chat, make sure, you know, it's cool to have fun and be humorous, but there's certain things that aren't really comedy. They're not really the right thing to make the butt of a joke. And then let's see. Where do we have some signs of life from this lunch break? All right, so it looks like it comes back like right here. All right, let me just refresh it because I'm breaking it.
Do you remember telling the police that was the one that really
All right.
From the lunch hour?
Your Honor, the state said that it would bring back some case law. I have a little bit,
Okay.
and I'll give the court the copies, and I think I have enough for some members of the class. I have United States versus Johnson for the court and United States versus Stiegel. I'll give the court one of each, and I have a few copies left over for anyone who wants them from.
All right, and what's the basic position that is set forth in those cases?
Your Honor, I may have misheard one of my esteemed colleagues on the other side of the aisle earlier this morning, but I thought that I heard a complaint or an objection that if the state was intending to have a witness come in and say that they don't recall and then try to play the whole tape, they would object. I don't remember if that was the case, but if it was, that's one thing that should be considered. But the other, the one that is more pressing, is in United States versus Siegel.
One thing at a time.
IEGEL 536 F3rd 306 is a 2008 Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals case, and it is at Penn site 320. So it's on the 17th of the 23 pages that I gave to the court. Sure can, and Your Honor, if I may provide to Mr. Adams. All right. Page 17 of 23 at the bottom, and I don't want to go into all the other, the court can see the other portion, but the district court's decision to exclude other crimes evidence, and this is not an other crimes evidence situation, but was grounded in the court's concern about the length of time it would take to present the evidence. And of course, the Court of Appeals said that the district court is of course vested with authority, broad authority, to control the manner of trial and presentation of the evidence. Nevertheless, the subject to the district court's reasonable management of cases brought to the court for trial, the government too has a broad discretion to prosecute crimes. Although we sympathize with the district court's concern about the length and complexity of the trial, we agree with the government that the district court excluded the other crimes evidence without sufficiently considering the importance of the evidence to the government's case.
Oh, damn, just a tad.
My apologies. While The government could easily prove the fraud and identity theft charges against Siegel without the other crimes evidence. The 1512A1 Charlie charge, as we have previously discussed, requires the government to prove that Siegel killed Watkins for the purpose of preventing Watkins or others from giving law enforcement officials information about the crimes she had committed. It goes on to talk about how intent is a difficult element to prove, but other crimes evidence is highly probative of his intent. And the district court in that case, unlike in this case, completely unlike in this case, excluded the evidence in its entirety, whether there was other evidence that could establish the elements necessary to prove it. So also, as it flows down into the next few sections, it talks about, down in section 5, to summarize, we conclude we've got jurisdiction over appeal. They found that the information was admissible, and they concluded that the court had erred by striking out all of the evidence. That is not what this court is doing. But the reason that I'm bringing this case before the court is mainly that the objection is being made that the evidence the state is presenting is either a waste of time or there's no relevance. There are 403 objections being made as we go through portions of the transcript. Before I get into tying that with the legal argument, I'd ask the court to look at as well United States versus Johnson, 89 F 4th 997 at 103 and 104. So it's page 9 of 15. And just briefly, in this particular case, the court decided that certain information was excluded, ruling that it had some probative value, but that ultimately they excluded it. The portion that I think is important is that at Penn site 103 going into 104, in denying the state's motion for reconsideration, the district court, or in denying, yes, the district court explained that the evidence was not central to the government's case, that the government had ample other evidence to prove possession, and it would be so highly prejudicial it couldn't be mitigated by its proposed limits. Again, this is not the grounds that the court has made any ruling on. But as to the limits on other evidence, which the courts address on page 10 of 15, it says that it is true that the probative value of evidence is relative. The probative value of a single piece of evidence may decrease with every additional piece of evidence a party introduces to prove the same point. At the same time, the prosecution, with its burden of persuasion, needs evidentiary depth to tell a continuous story. The prosecution is not limited to providing bare bones proof of the elements of the crime, and the court is not telling us that that is what we have to do. So I don't want to confuse anybody, and certainly not the record, and suggest that. It is entitled to tell a colorful story with descriptive richness. Here, the government should not be required to sanitize its description of the firearm when the details are probative of possession. This is true even when other evidence relevant to possession is available to the government. And then it goes on to talk about Rule 403 and how they analyze it. And it talks about that a district court, how it can abuse its discretion when it so strictly or narrowly narrows the evidence that it's a litigant is essentially prevented from presenting his or her case. I'm not saying that the court is preventing us from limiting our whole case. What I'm saying is the previous paragraph is most pertinent, Your Honor, in that we have the burden of persuasion, which needs evidentiary depth to tell a continuous story. Of course, the information that we're eliciting from this witness is something that no one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is going to want the jury to hear from this witness. I don't believe that it is sincerely perceived as a waste of time when the jury has seen this witness and his demeanor, and they are going to have to weigh what this witness is saying today versus what they said at the time that they gave the police statement versus what he claims are his explanations for the differences. The court's going to give the jury the instructions at the end. There are nuances in this case. For instance, as I was listening back to Antonio Sledge's testimony, when my colleague across the aisle said that we had no good faith basis with respect to asking the witness whether he knew Philip Collins. Mm-hmm. In Mr. Sledge's, I think, factual acknowledgments, it flat out says that Philip Collins, I think, is Darren Mills's older brother. I think we say something like that. I went back and looked at some of the transcripts from the previous days in court, and I will get that to the court and to counsel as well. But there are nuances that go into the state proving that we need to show to meet our burden of persuasion, and that provides evidentiary depth to tell a continuous story. So when we are talking to this witness and asking certain questions, and I'll go back to asking one of the witnesses the age differences between two of her nephews, and there was a relevance objection as to the age of Darren Mills and the age of Philip Collins. And the witness testified that which one was older and which one's the oldest brother. So throughout this trial, the state is presenting evidence in the form of building blocks. There will be no, in a case this massive, one bullet that takes out everything. And by limiting the state and proving its case in the way that the state sees fit, the defense essentially seeks to sanitize our case and to prevent us from presenting and using the evidentiary depth at our disposal through our evidence to tell a continuous story through each witness, which the defense has every right to come in and attempt to tear down, but which the state nor the people that the state is speaking on behalf of should be disadvantaged as a result of not being able to present.
All right.
I appreciate the court allowing me to share that with the court. And we also found the point where my colleague across the aisle said that if we call.
What exactly was the?
If you want to play it out loud, you're going to pull it up? Pull it up for me. If we call Detective Gaither to the stand to play this, I will object. That's part of it. That's all that's written here. But I'm going to listen to all of it, where he says, if we are having him come here and say, I don't recall to everything, which we didn't expect him to do, Mr. Zachary, that is, that he would object to us.
Okay, that doesn't mean it would be sustained. I thought you were talking about the part that that Mr. Steele had raised about the Phillips last name. Did anybody find that and see exactly what that question was?
Oh, yeah, so I didn't find the exact.
That was your job. That was what you were supposed to do.
So we're looking for the exact objection.
Okay, not the objection.
The transcript.
Mr. Steele, Mr. Steele, what was your objection to?
That we did not have a.
Okay, my objection is the question was put to Mr. Zachary by the prosecutor. Did Mr. Zachary tell the police that this person's name is Philip Collins?
Okay, that's what I thought.
Your Honor, what I remember him saying was we didn't have a good faith basis for asking if he told the police that his name was Philip Collins.
Right.
What I said was, did you tell the police that his name was Philo or Philip Collins? I used Philo first, and then I said, or Philip Collins. And when he says that I don't have a good faith basis.
I know you have a good faith basis for thinking Philip's last name is Collins. Do you have a good faith basis for suggesting that he ever told the police that Philo was Philip Collins? Did he ever mention the last name to the police?
Your Honor, in listening back to it, something so specific as did he mention the last name? I had a good faith basis because when the police are talking about Philip Collins and they name names and he's agreeing.
Did they say Philip Collins?
The name Philip Collins, I believe, was raised in the transcript, not the transcript, but the recording in the interview. I'll go back and find that as well.
If it was, fine.
But
that's all you got to find.
Throughout, I did have a good faith basis, just like when I asked someone if they know Antonio Sledge when they call them Muntu.
Okay.
I apologize. It's like children. That's how I feel. I'm like a child, but that didn't happen. It's not in the transcript. It's not in the recording.
Okay, so I'm just going to say that it is really not the be all end all of this case, whether the last name Collins is in the transcript. So let's move on from that. And Ms. Lev, I appreciate the case law. And you are right that I'm not excluding, evidence in its entirety. What I am trying to accomplish is for you to ask the questions about the things that are material, not every line or every other line, and I'm exaggerating a little bit, but not all of the minutia of what is in this statement, like how far away they parked when whomever did the shooting. I mean, does that really matter?
There's a reason that I asked that question. When there's a witness who talked about them parking at the stop sign. He may not have seen the other car, but this witness has testified that it was only him and one
I know.
person who followed a car and shot at people.
Yep.
So the fact that there is a witness who testifies that there was a car that stopped up the street at the stop sign, and we have this witness telling police in August 2015 that they stopped kind of far back, and that the other car stopped in front of the house and shot. We believe that those details matter, and they provide what the court called, I think, evidentiary depth, and that the jury can look at what other witnesses unconnected with this witness say and decide which version of the statements that this witness has given is true and why.
So then you can just say, did you park really far away? And then he can say no. And then you can impeach with the statement. It's all that needs to happen.
Judge, I understand, but respectfully, we can't tell the defense how to ask questions, Your Honor, and I appreciate the court's suggestions regarding how more succinctly to ask the questions, but I don't ask the questions that I ask for no reason. I certainly don't ask them for the purposes of delay.
I know it's not for the purpose of delay. I think it must be because you think every tiny little detail is crucial to your case. And that's why you're asking every tiny little detail.
I don't think every tiny little detail for sure, but I do think that details matter. And
I know that you think that details matter.
And
All right, well, it's been 20 minutes that we've been on this one
Gosh.
topic. Maybe we'll just cut our lunches down to 35 minutes from now on, since we have to hold the jury so far past when we're supposed to be picking back up. So please take it into consideration, but I mean, I don't know if you're going to do that or not. I don't know if I'm like even getting the concept through to you.
Your Honor, of course.
Okay, good. Let's
Of
get the
course.
witness back in and then the jury back in.
Oh, shout out to Carrie Williams for calling it filibustering. Very hilarious.
I love that.
Oh my gosh. Shout out to G Lander for becoming a member. And Gigi had also given us like extra context here. My son is on the spectrum with ADHD. He is a brilliant young man. Only people who actually know of him personally would know, because we know his little tics and the quirks. And like, that's the thing, like, you know, other people that just have an interaction here or there wouldn't notice. So we can't always just assume that because we can't tell that it's not there. I think we had a little squeak.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Judge. And welcome back, Mr. Zachary. Mr. Zachary, would you please tell the jury if you know of a place that you refer to as the gambling house or the dugout?
I don't know.
Sir,
I don't know.
I need you to speak into the microphone.
I don't remember.
When you say you don't remember, are you speaking of the gambling house or the dugout or both or something else?
Both.
Do you recall whether you knew of a place called the Gambling House on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember.
What about the dugout?
I don't know.
At one point, did you believe that, first of all, Kelvin Watts, what name do you call him?
I I don't know no Kevin Watts.
You don't know him at all?
I don't know.
Do you know a person that you refer to as Kel?
I don't know.
Do you remember speaking about a person that you called Kel with investigators Gaither and Dennis on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember. I don't know.
Do you remember telling detectives Gaither and Dennis about the gambling house being shot up?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling or talking to the detectives in August 2015 about the dugout getting shot up?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling detectives Gaither and Dennis that you were at the gambling house or dugout at the time that people started shooting at it?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling detectives Gaither and Dennis that Thug was at the gambling house or dugout at the time that people started shooting at it?
I don't remember.
Do you recall Detective Gaither and Dennis asking you when that had occurred?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling them that it occurred either in November or December of 2014?
I don't remember.
Do you recall then remembering that it occurred around December 2014?
I don't remember.
Do you recall, do you know whether Jeffrey Williams' car or vehicle was at the dugout on the date that the shootout occurred?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling the police that during the shootout, sorry, Judge, that during the shootout, Thug's window was shot out?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling the police that Thug said, nah, I ain't cool with them niggas, so they pay for my window?
I don't remember.
Now, do you know whether or not Woody and Kel had anything personal going on?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling the police that Woody and Kel did?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling them your surmising that they were trying to show who had more girls, more money, or which one of them had more money?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
How often did you go to Crucial?
I don't remember.
Were you ever at Crucial when Kel was at Crucial?
I don't remember.
Did you ever go to Crucial with Thug?
I don't remember.
Do you recall whether Thug gave you or any of your friends money to throw around at Crucial?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling Gaither and Dennis in August 2015 that Thug would come into Crucial, give them money and stuff to throw, and Kel didn't want him to do that?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Your Honor, this goes directly to other matters that we have shown intent to prove or show at trial. We would ask that the court allow the state to present this
I object
evidence
to the speaking.
to the jury.
Sustained.
What does it mean if someone isn't clicked with someone else?
What is a clip?
Yeah, you tell me what it is.
I don't know.
Did you talk about Thug being clicked with anyone?
What is a clip?
I would ask you to tell me.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall talking with the police about how many times shots have been fired at the gambling house?
I don't know.
Was the gambling house shot at like 200 times in your estimation?
I don't know.
Do you recall telling the police that the gambling house was shot at like 200 times?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
What is MDC?
I don't know.
Do you know the name Most Dangerous Click?
No.
At any time, did you ever tell the police that you believe that MDC had shot at the gambling
Objection
house?
403.
Your Honor, when the court ruled, do you recall people posting videos and pictures on Instagram after the shooting?
I don't know.
Did you have a gun at the gambling house when it got shot at?
I don't know.
At the time that the shooting occurred at the gambling house, did everyone with a gun run out and start shooting?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling the police that you did not run out because you didn't have a gun?
I don't remember.
Do you know whether or not Jeffrey Williams confronted anyone about his window getting shot out?
I don't remember.
Do you recall whether or not Jeffrey Williams confronted Kel about his window getting shot out?
I don't remember.
Have you ever been shot before?
I don't remember.
Really, Mr. Zachary? You don't know whether you've been shot before?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you remember having
Signal from Atkins.
seen? We're going to put up on the screen State's Exhibit 424 Yankee.
Finally,
You
an
look at that
exhibit.
and tell me whether or not that's the dugout or a place you remember being at and gambling.
They can bring closer. I can't see that far. I don't remember.
Do you see yourself in there?
Yes.
Do you see the date that picture was posted?
No.
Could you zoom in at the bottom? No, she hasn't. Thank you. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Do you remember being at that location with the people depicted in that photograph prior to November, bring that date in again? 7, 2014.
I don't know.
Who else in that picture with you?
I just know Mr. Sledge.
You only know Mr. Sledge?
Yeah.
What are y'all sitting on?
Like a pool table.
How many places have you been at with Mr. Sledge with the pool table?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm trying to establish where this is. You have no frame of reference to tell where this is?
No.
Do you know more than one location that you've been at with the pool table?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Was your sister dating Motum?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that your sister was dating Motum?
Objection, 403.
Your Honor, this is not 403. I mean, ask to approach if I may.
You may.
So she's not getting more pointed. I mean, at least we have an exhibit finally. It's a little bit of progress. Oh my goodness. Doug is on fire today. Look at that ratio. We are at, and I didn't add this sidebar, this objection yet, but this will be objection 57. And the ratio of what the judge is sustaining is like out of this world compared to any other day. Like definitely a holy moly with the ratio there. And Angie Lay, thank you so much for gifting a membership, a sprinkle out here. Always love to see it. So nice of you. SteffJK had me rolling. I was like sitting back here with my camera off, trying to eat my little lunch. And SteffJK says, Philo Doe filing a lawsuit against Love for slander. Oh, the things that get referenced in this trial. And then SteffJK also sprinkled. Thank you so much for sprinkling a membership. Do I have to update my banner? Where are we at? Yeah, let's update that. 34 new members. Cat Chat Rico members. ST Satchel, and guys, what do you think of over under? I am like crossing my fingers for an under for my own sanity. But do you think direct will carry over to next Monday? And it sucks because I don't want it to, but at this rate, with Love still not listening to the judge, tell her, I don't think you get the concept of brevity, moving it along. At this rate, this could be all week of this nonsense. We haven't even started playing the tapes yet. Like, it's just crazy. So, for better or for worse, ST Satchel, I think you're closer to right than I want you to be. Thank you so much for the 2. Jay Kellerman says, I watched the Carly Gregg trial over the weekend. That judge doesn't play about the jury's time. Oh, that's I'm seeing a lot of people talk about that. That's the young girl that killed her mom, right? But that's exactly what I'm seeing is the judge doesn't play. And I've seen some people say they like more than one person say they wish a judge like that was presiding over this case. Yeah, so 15-year-old that killed mom. So interesting one. That's gonna have to be a binge watch case for me to catch up on. Worth watching, you guys? What do you think? And Jake Kellerman, thank you for the 5. ST Satchel's gonna sprinkle in another membership. Heck yeah, thank you so much. It's SteffJK with another one. Ah, I gotta update my banner. That and the objections. All right, they're almost back from the sidebar. But that and the objections today, like, this banner's getting updated very frequently. Let's see. Well, at least it seems like they're coming back soon. The squeak.
Yes, Your Honor. Of course, no.
Is she switching to a new question?
Are you gonna remember anything that I asked you today?
All right.
No,
She lost.
I asked the court's permission to treat Mr. Zachary as a household.
I told you I fell and hit my head.
Thank you.
Would you please use the microphone, Ms. Love? Thank you.
It sounds like she lost that.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Zachary, isn't it true that initially you and your friends thought that MDC shot up the dugout, which you also call the gambling house?
Objection to speculation as to what his friends thought.
Your Honor, isn't it true that you thought that MDC shot up the dugout or the gambling house initially?
No.
Isn't it true that you discussed amongst your friends the belief that MDC shot up the dugout or the gambling house initially in December 2014?
Who was my friends?
Partially Thug, Montunk, Shannon.
I ever told y'all they're my
Objection as
friends?
to hearsay as to what his friends may have discussed with him.
Isn't it true that you and your friends later learned that Kel had told Gucci Red that If Gang shot up the dugout?
Objection as to speculation as to what his friends learned.
Sure.
This is,
Did you?
this is one of those matters. It's not specifically the one I was referring to, but this is one of those matters that pre-trial we discussed and foundations would have to be laid.
Your Honor, I actually will rephrase that question. And
It's an L.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I don't believe your microphone is on. Thank you.
and Your Honor,
It is not, sorry.
while Mr. Sharp is correct, I believe that this has already been litigated and the court did make a ruling in our favor with respect to this information. I'll point the court's attention to number 5 on the sheet. From the 2015, August 2015 interview.
Yep, you can ask about it.
Isn't it true that you and the friends that I mentioned to the jury later believed that If Gang shot up the dugout?
Who was my friends? I don't got no friends.
You, Thug, Shannon, at the very least.
I can't speak for anybody else think.
Isn't it true that Kel told Gucci Red, who was Thug's child's mother, that If Gang did the shooting?
Objection, hearsay.
Yes,
Oh boy. So we'll see what happens with this sidebar. Shout out to the defense for being on it, putting the pressure on. There's been times where I feel like they could have done something similar with other witnesses, but they let it rock. And you know, for my own sanity, I want them to object with this 403 and move it along. Like, this is wasteful. And I'm seeing you guys, and I think it was Shadiggy here said Gucci Red is Thug and Philo's baby mom. Now I'm thinking of Philo like the dough. So good context there because I don't know. I haven't mapped that stuff out. Oh, and I'm not on the screen. My bad. I'm here. I promise I'm not just like the voice screaming to you through the computer. But good context there. Thank you for that because, you know, it's a lot of names to keep track of in this trial. So every little bit of an assist helps. King and Queen says today is a crazy day. Some of the stuff I can't stop laughing at. Love is so mad. Yeah, and that's like, thank goodness. Otherwise it would be boring. And I wonder how long they're up here for. Oh my goodness. That's several minutes up there for this. So definitely see where you're getting at. And then also thank you so much. You dropped 10 memberships. That's so generous of you. And you know, I love when someone's name, you can use emojis for it. So we're going to shout out King and Queen. We can drop some crowns in there too. Thank you so much. Super, super, super kind.
Witness back, please.
Oh, a squeak. That was an Atkins squeak and a
Thank you.
witness squeak.
I want to make, yep, there it's working. Mr. Zachary, at some point, you and Thug and Moontunk and the friends who were at the gambling house with you when it was shot up came to believe that If Gang and not MDC shot up the gambling house. Is that right?
I don't know what nobody
Objection
came.
is a speculation as to what others believed.
You all,
Sustained on that.
you all discussed the fact that MDC wasn't the person or group that shot up the gambling house, but rather If Gang was, specifically Kel or Shell Kel.
Objection as to hearsay as to what others may have discussed.
Effect on the listener and the belief that Kelvin Watts and If Gang shot it up.
I mean, overruled.
Who was you all?
You, Mr. Williams, Mr. Sledge, and the people who were inside the dugout with you who ran outside with guns shooting back.
I don't know what nobody else thought. I can't tell you what they thought.
I changed that question to you all discussing that
I don't
fact. Do you
discussing
remember?
nothing like that.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that your sister was dating Moontunk?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling the police that Gucci Red had a child with defendant Jeffrey Williams?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling the police that Gucci Red told your sister
I don't remember that.
something that Kelvin Watts had told her?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling the police that Kelvin Watts during pillow talk admitted shooting up the gambling house?
Objection 403 as well as hearsay.
Overruled.
I don't remember.
Huh?
I don't remember.
And do you remember telling police that Moontunk told Woody and Thug that it was Kel who shot out Thug's window?
I don't remember.
Did YSL and If Gang, from that point on, not talk to one another?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police from the time that the dugout was shot up in December, you said to them, after being asked, y'all just don't talk to each other from that point on, right? You said, yeah. Do you remember saying that?
No.
And Detective Gaither said, meaning YSL and If Gang. Do you remember her saying that?
No.
And then you said they ain't really mess with each other. It was already tension in the air, but they waited until.
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Do you remember telling the police that there was already tension in the air between YSL and If Gang?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
No.
Now, you.
Could you please stop that with the microphone?
I got no control over what I do.
You asked the police about if they knew Yak, who is with Thug,
Excuse
who hangs
me?
with Thug.
Why is the police standing right here like he? I don't know. I feel scared.
Well, there's nothing to be afraid of, so you'll be okay.
And what's scary about the laptop being gone is it suggests they're not anywhere closer to presenting another exhibit
Do
unless
you
they're going to walk
recall
it back and forth
telling
every
the
time.
police about helping Yak after he had gotten into it with MDC, helping him out in a fight at the club?
Objection 403.
This was ruled in.
Overruled.
I don't remember.
And MDC is from Bankhead, correct?
I don't know.
All right. And MDC is not the same thing as IFGAN, correct?
I don't know.
And Dante says, how's Love supposed to move on when her witness keeps saying, I don't know to everything? I blame Quindarius Zachary for not being cooperative at all. Well, there's a very simple way to move this along and make it more concise and make it more impactful to the jury. And the judge has tried to tell her, and she still is not doing it. When you're impeaching your witness, you have something that contradicts what he's saying to you now. We know he's going to keep saying, I don't know. Confront him with that thing. And that was probably about 2 hours ago, you know, give or take some time because we're watching it on 1.25 speed, that Whitaker told her to do that after hinting to it several other times previously. But Love still isn't doing that. So it's not that Love has nowhere to go here. It's just that the place she should be going and should know that she should go, the way that would make more sense to the jury, she's just not doing it. So, and then speak of the devil, shout out to Mrs. Love for becoming a member.
Now, did you tell the police that you didn't go to Crucial, but you do hang out with YSL on the block?
What is block?
Did you tell did you tell the police that you hang out with YSL?
I don't remember.
Did you tell them that you hung out with them at Crucial, but not so much after you got shot in November?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police about Woody and Muktunk shooting at Kel?
I don't remember.
Tell the jury about the video between you, Muktunk, and talking or shouting out to Kel.
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police about it?
I don't remember.
Do you know when you made the video?
I don't remember.
Tell the jury who Trivia is.
I don't remember.
It's true that Trivia was at one point dating Muktunk, correct?
I don't remember.
And Trivia stopped dating Muktunk and started dating Kel, right?
I don't remember.
And you told the police about a video that you made with Muktunk calling out Kel, didn't you?
I don't remember.
And all this happened after the shooting at the dugout that you all believe IFGAN and specifically Kel was a part of. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Did Shannon and Diamante Kendrick or Yak talk to you about the Donovan Thomas murder, didn't they?
No.
They talked to you in 2015 on January 10th, 2015 into the morning of January 11th, 2015, didn't they?
Just told you no.
Now, do you remember parts of 2015 now?
I didn't know that day I was at home sick.
You were at home sick from what?
I was at home sick.
Okay. Did you stay at home the entire day?
I don't remember.
So if you don't remember, why are you saying you know for sure that you did not speak with Shannon and Yak about Donovan Thomas's murder?
Shit, they ain't come to my house.
You all went to Jeffrey Williams' house, didn't you?
No, I don't remember, no.
You told the police that you, Shannon, and Yak were at Jeffrey Williams' house together following Donovan Thomas's murder, didn't you?
I don't remember.
Tell the jury who Doo-Wop is. Mr. Zachary, can I
Huh?
give you anything?
You say what?
I said, tell the jury who Doo-Wop is.
I don't know.
All right. You told the police that Doo-Wop was also responsible.
Mr. Zachary, if you want to drink that water, then drink it. If not, stop playing with it.
Am I?
You can drink it.
Plays with it again.
You told the police that Doo-Wop was also responsible for the murder of Donovan Thomas, didn't you?
I don't know.
You told the police that both Shannon and Yak talked to you about the Donovan Thomas murder because y'all were at Thug's house talking about it, didn't you?
I don't know.
And the police asked you which house.
Characterization. This is the problem. That's not what the transcript says.
Your Honor, number one, I object to the speaking objection. And
How am I supposed to combat this?
two, it doesn't matter what a transcript says. I'm asking questions.
Well,
But
Your Honor,
you're,
there
like,
needs to be a
reading
good
from the
faith basis,
transcript.
and we cannot just ask any question we want and just make up things and have him say, I don't remember. That's misleading to the
And
jury.
Your Honor, making up things.
Overruled. Ask the question.
All right. So Shannon and Yak talked to you about killing Donovan Thomas, partly because y'all were at the house talking about it, right?
No,
And you all were at Thug's house, right?
no,
The police asked you whether it was the new one or the old one, didn't they?
no, I don't know.
And you told the police it was the old one, his condo down there. Isn't that right?
I don't know.
You told the police that Yak was hanging with a girl named Bushi, correct?
I don't know.
And you told the police that based on what Yak and Shannon told you, they saw Nut at the barbershop,
I don't,
right?
I don't remember.
And you said that they saw him at the barbershop. And at the time, D was with them, but he later got into another car. Remember?
No,
The police asked you, which car were they in when they saw him? Do you remember that?
no,
And you told the police the Infiniti G35. Remember?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police asking you what color it was?
I don't know.
You told the police you forgot what color it was, but that Thug's manager, Amina, had rented it.
I don't remember.
You also told the police that you and Woody were in it. Later on, you said later that night.
I don't remember.
You said that you went to a little kickback.
That's a lie.
Which part is a lie? That you said it to police or that it happened?
I don't remember. I didn't know what the damn sound like. And then it's true.
So which part are you calling a lie?
You,
Okay, well, which part of what I said was a lie?
everything you ever said.
All right. So you told the police that you thought you had wrecked the car, didn't you? Mr. Zachary, you thought you and Woody had wrecked the car.
I don't remember.
And you weren't drunk, but y'all were just flying, trying to see how fast the car could go.
If we read it, I wasn't used after that.
If you go to the podium,
It's what I just said about you all driving fast to see what the car was doing, something that you told the police.
I don't remember.
Now, you told the police that the car was definitely rented for Thug, correct?
And I told them that I never saw Thug in that car. I didn't tell them I definitely now. I told them Woody told me.
So now you remember talking about the car.
I don't
and
remember.
Specifically the Infiniti rented by Amina, correct?
I don't know.
That you now say you told them you never saw Thug inside, correct?
I know I said that.
Huh?
I know I said that.
Okay, and you also said that the car was rented for Thug, correct?
I never said that. I know I said Woody told me. I remember that. And I say I never saw him in the car, so Woody had to be lying. I remember that.
You told the police that Thug let Shannon, Nard, and Yak drive that car, didn't you?
If we wreck the car, how can they drive it?
Did you tell the jury last week that while you were riding in the car, you spun out and the bumper came off?
I don't remember.
Now, you told the police as well that Shannon and Yak pulled up on Bushi.
I don't remember.
You also told the police that you and Muntu, you didn't know about what was going on with respect to the murder of Donovan's house. Is that right?
So how can I tell something else if I say you know what's going on?
So is that right? You told the police
I don't
y'all
remember.
didn't know?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Woody was scared at the time?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Woody had nothing to do with the murder?
I don't remember that.
I mean, he said that he and Moody were really close. Sounds self-serving. Sounds like helping your friend.
Did you talk to the police about a gang meeting?
I don't know what a gang is.
You don't know what a gang is? Did you ever hear, do you remember talking to the police about If Gang and their beef with YSL?
I don't remember.
So when you hear If Gang, did you ever ask the police what a gang is?
I don't remember.
You told the police that the exact words Shannon told you as far as what happened was, we caught that in nut down bad.
Shannon never told me nothing.
But you told the police he did, didn't you?
I don't know.
You said, specifically, he said, we caught that nigga nut down bad.
Shannon never told me nothing.
Oops.
And Shannon don't even talk like that.
And when you talked to the police, you told them, you asked him who? And Shannon told you him, Yak, and Dua. You remember that?
No.
And you told the police that according to Shannon, they had an AK, correct?
I don't remember.
And according to you, when you talked to police, they also had a 45.
I don't know.
You told the police that the 45 was Shannon's gun, according to what Shannon told you, correct?
Shannon never told me nothing.
You talked to the police as well about OG Bentley, didn't you?
I don't like talking about the dead.
OG Bentley is deceased?
Yes. Tragic.
When was he deceased? When did he die?
I think when I was in jail.
When, not where. When did he die?
I think when I was in jail, I was hearing it. Like, he died. It's
Okay, so
tragic. I don't
do
like
you know
talking
for a
about that.
fact that that happened?
I don't like talking about that.
All right. Do you know for a fact that that happened?
I don't like talking about the dead.
Did she?
Yes.
All right, so they're approaching. I love that he's like launching out of the room every time they need a sidebar now. He is gone. Oh boy. Shout out to everyone coming in here. I see a few people saying that they're coming over from AV. Shout out to AV7. And you guys know the drill. AV recently hit 50,000 subs. And I'm sure it's probably like exploded past that since I saw that happen. And let's see. So if you aren't already, especially if you're looking for some stuff about the Diddy case, guys, I've been paying attention to stuff with the Diddy case, but it's a lot there, right? So I'm a lurker on that case, at least for right now. But AV not only does YSL content, but has also been following everything Diddy. And I mean that in the best way possible. That sounds weird to say. She's following the Diddy case and details about the case that could relate to the case. So I see you guys saying that you're looking for content on the Diddy case. AV7 is a great place to go for that. So just dropped her link there in the chat. And thank you so much, everybody in the chat, for being so welcoming to our new friends coming over to hang out with us for the rest of the day. And predictions on how long this sidebar is? Okay, this one's not that long. This one's just a few minutes. They're gonna have to get the witness back in. Oh, we got a chair squeak there.
Go ahead, Ms. Love.
And, Judge, I'd ask that, if I could just be reminded, was it, I asked and got an answer to the question.
You
was-
didn't get an answer.
Thank you, Counselor. The gun that Shannon had was a 45, according to Shannon. Isn't that right?
No.
I'm going to show you what has been already admitted as State's Exhibit 24 Charlie Charlie and ask you if you recognize this person.
My computer.
Oh. Permission to publish and post.
You may. I don't know if we're ready to yet, though.
Just 1 second, Mr. Zachary, we're putting up 24 Charlie Charlie after this.
Due to my condition, I don't know how many more days I'm gonna be healthy.
Can we do something, get you any medicine or anything? like
Hurry
that?
I
up.
don't want nothing from y'all. Y'all might kill me.
His way of saying hurry up.
Do you recognize the person that the pointer is on?
No.
Isn't that OG Bentley?
I told you, Miss Love, I like speaking on the dead. I don't know if that's him.
Well,
though.
that confirms it. Oops, nope, you confirmed
You
it.
don't know if that's him. All right, I'm gonna show you 10 Charlie Charlie.
That is 10.
I'm sorry, that is 10. I'm gonna show you 24 Charlie Charlie.
He slipped there.
What about the person who is depicted in 24 Charlie Charlie? Is that the person you know is OG Bentley?
I don't remember.
Do you know if that person is Kelvin Treadwell? Do you know that person to be named Kelvin Treadwell?
I don't remember.
Do you know whether or not, do you recall speaking about a spot Bentley had on Cleveland Avenue?
I don't remember.
Do you know if Bentley had a spot on Cleveland Avenue?
I don't like speaking on the dead, Miss Love.
We'll get through it as respectfully and quickly as possible. Do you know if OG Bentley had a spot on Cleveland Avenue on Oak Drive?
I don't remember.
You told the police that he did, didn't you?
I don't remember.
You told the police that as between Shannon and Yak, Shannon was the one that told you first about killing Nut, didn't you?
I don't remember.
And you told the police that both Shannon and Yak told you the same story, didn't they?
I don't remember.
You told the police that Shannon told you the same night that Donovan Thomas got killed. What happened?
It couldn't have been because I wasn't there. I was told I was at home, so I don't remember.
Didn't you tell the police that you went to Thug's house? You had just pulled up at Thug's house and walked in with Monktoon?
No, I just told you. I remember just telling you I was sick. I wasn't there.
Do you remember telling the police how Shannon was telling you that they were going to meet Bushi?
I don't remember. No Shannon that night.
Do you know, or can you tell the jury who Bushi is?
I don't know.
Was Bushi dating Yak at the time?
I don't know.
You told the police that Shannon described how it was that they came upon Donovan Thomas and how they rolled back around and started shooting.
That's a lie. I lied if I did say it.
I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 23, Charlie, and ask you if you recognize this person.
I don't know.
Make it do. Isn't that the person you call Nard?
I don't know him.
You don't know him at all?
No.
Do you remember telling the police that we shoot at them and they make a police report? They say we shoot at them and they make a police report, but they shoot at us and we say nothing?
I don't know.
You were talking about if gang being they and YSL being we, weren't you?
I don't know who they and who were.
I'm sorry?
I don't know who they and we are. I know who I am.
You told the police that you all went to Florida after Donovan Thomas's murder, didn't you?
I told you. I don't remember.
You told the police that you, Shannon, Dee, Woody, and Yak went to Florida. Isn't that correct?
I don't know.
You told them that you all went on a Sprinter van, didn't you?
I don't know.
Objection 403.
Overruled.
You said you don't remember?
I don't know.
And this was in the further into the day after Donovan Thomas was murdered, correct?
I don't know.
You all came back a little bit early, didn't you?
I don't know.
Woody expressed being concerned about people shooting at his house while he was down there, right?
I don't remember.
Now, Yak told you at a different time than Shannon told you about the murder. Isn't that correct?
You had never told me nothing.
And Duop was Yak's friend. Isn't that correct?
I don't know no doo-wop.
You told the police when asked how Duop fits into all this, you said he's Yak's homeboy, correct?
I don't know.
And the police asked you, so him and Yak are close, correct?
I don't know.
And you said, yeah. Is that right?
I don't know.
Now, you told the police that you didn't know Duop personally, right?
I don't know.
You told him that you just say, what's up? And that's pretty much it. Is that right?
I don't know.
You told the police that the spot that Bentley had on Oak Drive was one where he sold drugs, right?
Bentley ain't never sold no drugs. He ain't like that. He ain't that type of person.
Did you tell the police that drugs were sold at Bentley's spot on Oak Drive?
I never saw Bentley sell no drugs.
That's not what I asked. Did you tell the police that drugs were sold at Bentley's spot on Oak Drive?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
No.
Sir?
No.
Okay. Now, Bentley did used to drive a white Nitro, didn't he?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that he did drive one, but he wrecked it or something by August 2015?
I don't know.
And did you tell the police that Bentley had a child with Nut's sister?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that in the hours after Donovan Thomas's murder, that Doug was acting sort of nonchalant? He was acting sort of, he wasn't excited or anything.
I know I ain't say that.
You also talked to police and told them that even though you had nothing to do with it, you went down to Florida just to go down there.
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Thug had a show down there?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that after the shooting, you said you didn't describe him as nonchalant. Did you call him normal?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Motu didn't go down to Florida with you?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that the mood while y'all were in Florida was that they were afraid?
I don't know what somebody else moved there.
Did you tell the police that?
I don't know.
Did you talk to the police about a rumor regarding Woody and Lucci's studio?
I don't know.
Do you know about a place called TIG?
I don't know.
Do you know about a studio called TIG?
I don't remember.
Is the Vault studio a place that you're familiar with?
I don't know about no studios.
Do you remember talking to the police about when YSL first shot at Kale?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that was the one that really escalated?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that was just guns up for both sides?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Tay shot Kale?
I don't remember.
Do you remember talking to the police about Woody getting jumped on?
I don't know.
And do you remember talking to the police about people jumping on Bloody J after that?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that they pulled off and that Kale had already gone?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that you all ran up the street? Sir?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that you all went in 2 separate cars?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Thug was with you and Shannon that night that Woody got jumped on at the club?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that Thug was on stage performing and that Woody was making his way up to the stage flashing money?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that as Woody was making his way up the stage flashing money, that he got jumped, he got pulled down?
I just told you I don't remember.
Let's take a quick break. Sorry, thought that was a good time for a break. So let's go ahead and take one.
Right as the microphones start staticking out. I just wish that with this break, like, I don't get it. Like, the judge told you you could confront him. So if all of this is supposed to lay foundation to show his statements, like, just play the relevant part of the statements. Keep it with the story. Keep it tied neatly together, scenario by scenario. So when we're talking about April 2015, ask him questions about April 2015, then show the statements that you want to confront him with. Like, that would be, in my opinion, right? Maybe you guys are following this very clearly and succinctly without that back and forth. But I think playing his own words for a specific statement right after he says, oh, I don't know, or no, it would just land better. It would land so much better. And instead, we're going to get a ton of questions, and then we're going to get a long lump sum of video. And I think the jury will tune out while the long video is playing. And you guys know how it goes. And that's the thing, she still hasn't confronted him. Like, that's all we're waiting for. Yeah, get it on the record. So yeah. So good times. Good times. Chloe Albert's Revenge had said, it's like she's reciting lines from a cursed script to the worst audition taking place in the burning gates of HE double hockey sticks. Is that how Brian Steele spells it? Thank you so much, Chloe. Boss Mom K says, Judge used to think the defense was being dramatic. Well, and it's weird because it does seem like she was teetering. And I swear earlier she was sustaining some objections and it didn't even seem like she was paying attention to it, right? She was just sustaining them. And I was like, well, I don't know if she was even paying attention to what was said there, but she's done that on other days in the state's favor. So maybe that's a sign that Judge Whitaker is learning, is getting some sense. And I don't even think it's I want to acknowledge that the defense may have been right about something. I think it's that pet peeve of her time being wasted. I think that's her pain point. Thank you so much for the 2. Amy E says, y'all hit that like on the video with tons of hearts. Thank you so much, Amy E. Can't wait to hang out in Club Classy tonight. Angela gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Angela. And then before I get it confused, SteffJK had gifted a membership, but it's really from FFS. So you guys say thank you to FFS. Steph gave the assist because FFS couldn't do it from his devices, pesky Apple devices. Rob T sends $1.99. Thank you so much. No comment. Just $1.99. Thank you so much. Dee Dee from Georgia says the last time we had a witness like this, a lot happened, and most of it was not good for the state. Just play the videos. Because what's going to happen when cross-examination starts? If there's anything that the defense wants to question about the videos, they're going to lay up with the question, like put the T-ball on the tee, and then they're going to play the relevant clip, and I think the point will land. So not only do I have an issue with the state not doing it, it'll be a huge contrast again with how I expect, based on how cross has gone for other witnesses like this. The defense will be very strategic and pointed with matching their questions with the relevant clip of the interviews. So exactly that. Play the videos, I think it'd be a better strategy. Thank you so much, Dee Dee. Bees on Mars says, FFS, she needs to stand at the podium. The wandering while struggle reading is wearing me out. And that's the other thing, too. She's carrying the microphone and carrying the binder in her hands. At the podium, she wouldn't have to hold either. So, I don't know. I don't know why we have to walk around, but guess that's her prerogative there. Thank you, Bees on Mars. And then Brina sighs, Miss Love really has a good, comprehensive CV. She's well experienced. She has a background in multiple different fields, right? Engineering, mathematics, like there's stuff on there. I think she just doesn't know how to adjust her trial strategy. So if she was willing to adjust, and maybe that takes some humility and thicker skin, I think a lot of what she does is just her putting up resistance to things that might hurt her feelings, that she takes personal. So I think some of it's more, EQ. If she built some skills, some thicker skin, knowing how to deal with criticism and knowing how to adjust on the fly, I think she could be pretty dangerous. But so far, we're not there. And then Rob T says, hey, Ents, we found one of the Ent wives. Now, guys, Lord of the Rings is something that's on my list of things I have not seen. So I'm going to defer to the chat for the assist interpreting this one here. I don't know what the reference means. I just am familiar with the reference. Nick Starro, friend of the channel, just celebrated 10K. Well, he really hit it 2 weeks ago, but he did his celebration this past Friday. I'm assuming you'll be going live. You've been doing a lot more evening recaps when you're busy and I don't see you during the day. So if you're missing some of the stuff from today or just want to see an awesome Swede rant about this trial, Nick Starro's a place to go. That link is in the chat now as we speak. So hit that sub button if you aren't already subbed, and then come tune back in, and I'll probably hang out over there later this evening. And then SteffJK dropped one. I don't know if this one's from Steph or from FFS, but shout out to both of them. They are like in a world of their own sometimes with hilarious commentary. ST Satchel says, okay, Love believes that, quote, gang members listen to police questions as closely as she does. Bad assumption. That was hilarious when he said, by the way, that he doesn't know what a gang is. Like, what? Oh my goodness, just trolling her, just playing with her. That ill kid Jay, good to see you. Hope to see you at Club Classy. Sup, gang leader, happy Monday, free Jeffrey. And yeah, you know, I don't know what gang leader means anymore. We don't know what it means. Good to see you. And then Chloe Albert here says, the issue we have with her is that when they don't do what she wants, it becomes less about presenting evidence and more about winning every battle. And that's the thing. I think that's her weakness. I think that that's what gets in her way. You know, you have the judge telling you that essentially you've laid foundation. She's telling you to just confront the witness. What she's doing isn't to lay foundation anymore because the judge has said, confront them. So what are we here for? Like, do you just want him to give you the answer that you want? Then what's the point of impeaching somebody? It just becomes 403. So thank you so much, Chloe. And then you also just now said, it's like singing. Some songs are just not for you. This trial is just not for her, and she's reacting by showing all of her worst qualities. And that can be the case too, you know? I would not want to... I don't think I'd be very good on the trial floor because I get angry and I cry when I'm angry because I don't like to yell at people, so I just like get overwhelmed. But a Rico would also overwhelm me. So I can imagine a case like this being really taxing on somebody. And that's a good point about singing. Like, some songs just aren't for you. And if you don't realize what those songs are, and you get up on the stage with a microphone and try to spit them out anyway, it's gonna make people go like this. So, and then where are we? This is supposed to be a little break. Doesn't seem like it was a little break, because we've gotten caught up. So that was just shy of 15 minutes. Well, I guess that's about, they probably took a bathroom break and everything, 15. Maybe they did it on purpose. And then thank you, Sky Mosaic, for the 2. And it looked like they were coming back, but maybe I didn't go far enough ahead. Is that the investigator he tried to talk to? That Zachary tried to talk to? And no, I haven't seen Lord of the Rings. That's why I, like, didn't get the reference. I don't even know. I think I know the association of the phrase because people either reference it or maybe use it in screen names a lot. Like, Entwives is something I've seen online a lot. Right? Remember when Paige yelled at people for wanting potty breaks, but now she's suggesting them all the time? Wait, how much longer for them to get their lives back together?
Mr. Zachary, I'm going to show you what I have marked as State's Exhibit 493 Yankee that has already been shown to the defense. Are you able to see 493 Yankee? If you need to pull it as close to your face as you can to see it, let me know. Do you recognize the people in that photograph,
Kind of blurry.
sir?
It kind of blurry.
It's kind of blurry. Do you need me to bring it to you bigger? Do you see your,
I recognize it.
and is that a fair and accurate picture of what you looked like at the time that that photograph was taken?
Yeah, man.
All right. Do you remember about when this photograph was taken?
No.
Okay. Do you remember?
Let me see it.
Go ahead. No?
Can I see the date?
Yes, sir. Can you need me to?
I always want me to say the date.
No, no, no. Does looking at the date remind you of about when it was taken?
No.
All right. Do you remember where you were when it was taken?
No.
Okay. Do you see who you're in the photograph with?
Yes.
Who are you in the photograph with?
Me and Shannon.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the photograph of you and Shannon taken at the time?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibit 493 Yankee. And just so that anyone from the defense sees, well, there you go. I'll let Mr. Sharp see it. State tenders 493 Yankee.
It's admitted.
Mr. Zachary, what we're going to do is look up at the screen. We're going to blow up 493 Yankee, okay? And then I just want you to tell the jury as we blow it up, starting with the people inside, if we could blow it up a little bit more, the faces, tell the jury who the pointer is on now.
Me.
That's you in the white shirt?
Yeah.
And the person to your left with the black hoodie on, who is that?
Shannon.
The Powerpuff Girl in
And
the
if you'll
crane.
push it up. That date, January 16th, 2015, when you looked at it, was that around the date that this photograph was taken, or
I don't know.
was it taken obviously before this date?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, obviously.
Lil D at RO5, Lil D. Who is that?
I don't know.
Okay. And that caption at the bottom, would you read that?
I can't read.
Let me ask you something. Okay. Did you say earlier that you read newspapers? You saw an article in a newspaper. Did I get that right?
I don't know.
You don't remember? We gangster in every city we go. That sound about right?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Now, when you post things on social media, who puts the captions on your
Who
posts?
said I posted that?
I'm asking you a question, not that you posted it. I'm asking you who puts the captions on your posts.
Anybody I get a phone to and ask them for a caption?
So you ask people to put captions on your posts? All right. When you talked about the Club Crucial fight where Woody got jumped on, you and Thug stayed in the club while everyone else went outside after Woody got jumped on. Is that right?
I don't know.
That's what you told the police though, right?
I don't know.
And you told the police that everybody went to get guns, right?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Thug was the money?
What?
Did you tell the police that Thug was the money?
I don't know.
Did you talk to the police about Shannon swinging on Bloody J?
I don't know.
Did you talk with the police about who shot up Lucci's mama's house?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that? You're not, okay.
They're approaching. I think MT makes a great point. That engineer brain, every detail is important to her. Being an engineer, having an engineer brain explains a lot, for sure, for sure. And then who else is watching? I've caught some details, and a while ago I was looking at details of young Dolph and, you know, when they first announced the suspects and charges. But watching what went down today with opening statements, I'm interested in catching up on that. Mike the Bomb says, hey, Cat and Chat, been looking at young Dolph trial, miss it here. So maybe we'll do a like weekend catch up and we can see what happens in the young Dolph trial. It's a lot, so I don't want to like fully commit to talking about another case. Because I'd rather lurk somewhere else than try to get all the details together and then fail. But that's an interesting one too, and also really sad. And then Mrs. Love says, I truly wonder how many times during this trial these men tell themselves, we were so dumb. Yeah, right? Like every day. Just all of 2014, 2015. A little bit of 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. All right, so they approach for a few minutes here. And the other thing, the common denominator, all those, they never had counsel back then.
Thank you, Judge. Oh, there he is. Mr. Zachary, at the time that Lucci's mom's house got shot up, Lucci was hanging with Kellen then, wasn't he?
I don't know.
You told the police that, didn't you?
I don't know.
All right. You believed that.
Hold on, so I don't know exactly what the argument was when they approached, but was that a loss for the state? Was that objection sustained?
At one point, Kel shot at Summer at the Crystals, didn't you?
I don't know.
All right. Do you remember telling the police that Shrevia and Summer's cousin were at the Crystals and Kel and them had words?
I don't know.
All right. Do you remember telling the police that during that time you were in Miami
I don't know.
and you weren't in that car?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that the night when Tameka got jumped was the first time they ever let you ride with them when they went to do something?
I don't know.
You told the police that you had bought a 7.62 and a Draco, correct?
I don't know.
And in fact, you bought the Draco for yourself when Summer's car had gotten shot up, right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police asking you who runs YSL?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Thug wasn't right there when they started YSL?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that your brother and Slug started YSL?
I don't know.
Did the police ask you, what about DK?
I don't know.
Do you know who DK is? Do you know Walter Murphy? Did you tell the police that Tay, Slug, and a few of their friends who grew up together started YSL?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Slug told Thug what was going on and Thug just ran with it?
I told him he was just a rapper, so and that's his friend, so that's why I remember telling him.
I'm sorry, one more time for me.
I remember telling him that he was a rapper and that was his friend stuff. I remember telling him that.
That who was a rapper
Mr. Wade.
and who was his friend's stuff?
YSL.
Who was his friend?
Slug.
And that Thug just ran with it.
I just say he just put in his songs.
Okay, that's what you said. All right. Now, did you, during the time that you knew Mr. Williams early on, did you ever know him to be with Rock Crew?
I don't remember.
Huh?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Jeffrey Williams was never Red Cartel. He was with Rock Crew.
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Rock Crew and YSL are the same thing?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that they fell out with Boo because Boo was snitching on Mo, and that's when they started YSL?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that YSL is a gang, but it's also a clothing name, just for the record?
I don't know.
Did the police show you some photographs? Specifically, they showed you one of Doo-Wop.
I don't know no photos.
Did you sign a picture of Doo-Wop and put your signature over it?
I don't have no photos.
Did you look at a picture of Nard?
I don't have no photo.
Did you tell the police about how long Moontunk knew your dad?
I don't know.
Did you identify Yak for the police? Did you identify Shannon for the police?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police or write for the police an SB over Shannon's picture?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that SB stands for Shannon Badass?
Man, ain't nothing bad about it. I don't know.
Okay. Did you tell the police that the night that Donovan Thomas got killed, Shannon had a 45?
I told you earlier, no. I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Doo-Wop and Nard were in the car and Nard was driving?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that in addition to Shannon, Nard also told you at Thug's house,
I don't know.
at the condo?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police how you linked up with Shannon, Thug, and Yak and the rest after Donovan Thomas' murder?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Moontunk called you?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Moontunk told you someone had killed Donovan Thomas?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Moontunk followed you to Thug's house?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police you left Summer's car at Thug's house when you all went to Miami?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Lil D was at Thug's house?
I don't know.
Did you point out or did you talk to the police about a different shooting that happened on April 26, 2015 at the Sitco on Jonesboro Road?
I don't know nothing about that.
Do you remember yesterday when I showed you a photograph, or not yesterday, but last week when I showed you a photograph and asked you if you recognized Nard in the photograph?
Told you I don't know.
Okay. That's okay. Let me see. Is it? Yeah. I need a stick. Do you remember identifying Bentley in the photograph?
I don't know.
Do you remember identifying DK in the photograph?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that Bentley had a little nitro every day?
Bentley what?
Had the nitro every day.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember talking to the police
on.
about the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
Is she standing at the podium with her paper down on the podium while still holding the other mic? Why isn't she just using the podium and standing at the podium? She's standing there with two microphones. And I just happened to have this comment from Chaotic Taurus up. A shame DA loves hot lying breath keeps overloading the audio. Please pass her a bottle of water and a year's supply of Tic Tacs. And I was just in the chat, like casually, like, or just go to the podium. She's at the podium, but she's holding two microphones. She's holding one microphone while there's a microphone right in front of her. Like, what are we? Why? Just why?
I don't know.
Did you go to the compound that night?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you were with Slug when you went to the compound?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you went in two different cars?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police you were in a Benz, a white Benz?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that you were at La Croix before you went to the compound?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that Thug's sister went to the compound because everyone was deep?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that she was in her truck?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that it was an Explorer, a two-door Explorer?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that DK was with her when she pulled up?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that DK and them pulled her out of the car?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that this sister of Thugs that was there was Max?
I don't know.
Do you remember the police asking you if after the compound, did everybody go back to the studio at any time?
I don't know.
You may.
All right, we're approaching again. Oh my goodness. And shout out again to Chaotic Taurus and also for the super sticker too. And it's like, I don't know. There's a difference between if you just demonstrate that your witness that you called lies and isn't credible, but you're trying to rely on them to substantiate a major part of your case. This broad impression that he lies in general is not helpful. I get that Love wants to show that he's lying today, but he was being truthful back then. But if we're not pinpointing that, and we just think broadly he sounds like he's a liar, we don't really get to make that distinction of he's lying in present day and was telling the truth back then. And that's the distinction Love needs to make. She's just not doing it. Maybe we'll get there eventually. Rob T says, if jury deems I don't know to all a lie today, can they treat ADHD drugs also a lie today? And might they therefore give more weight to police interview video? So the separate layer of problems there is Zachary's told us he's been on certain drugs, certain medication his whole life, and didn't really want to get into specifics on what, when, how, why, where, although he did say he didn't take ADHD meds because his mom didn't want him to. Whether that's truthful or not, I don't know. So I think even these points we don't have clarity on.
Do you remember telling the police how you all went to the studio later on that night?
I don't know.
Do you remember talking about going to Magic City and La Croix
I don't know.
that night before you went to the compound?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Pee Wee was in his Camaro?
He was already locked up for it. So I knew it was on the news, yes.
Wait, I'm sorry, what now?
He was already locked up for it. Everybody knew it was on the news.
Okay, but I'm talking about the night of the shooting.
The night
Was Pee Wee in his Camaro?
You said, did I tell them? Yes, after he had already been convicted of it.
Okay. At the time, were you at the compound when Pee Wee and Max and DK were all at the compound?
I don't know.
So do you remember whether or not Pee Wee was in his Camaro?
I don't know.
And do you remember telling the police that Pee Wee was in his Camaro?
I remember seeing it on the news and I ran with it.
Is that the only way that you knew Pee Wee was in the Camaro?
Yes.
Did you tell the police, or rather, did you ever go inside the compound once you got there?
I don't remember no compound.
Do you remember telling the police that you never went inside the club, and a lot of you all did not go inside the club?
I don't know.
Do you remember Detective Gaither asking you what was y'all's reason for going there?
I don't know.
Do you remember answering, just go in the club? I guess they had YSL shirts on and stuff.
I don't know.
Your Honor, just 1 second before I ask this next question. Did you tell the police, or better yet, did Pee Wee, was he also known as Roscoe?
I don't know.
All right. And did you believe that Pee Wee went in there just to get into it with Wayne?
I don't know. I don't know.
Did you tell the police that he just wanted to be seen, start shit, or just be seen?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that after the bus was shot, you met up at the studio and that Max's truck was in there, was with them, and Pee Wee's car?
I don't know.
Right. Do you know what gang Pee Wee Roscoe is in?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police he's a Crip?
I don't know. You keep saying something about this same incident. I told you everything I said about it was already on the news.
Okay. Did was Shannon present with you and the other people I just named on the night everyone went to the compound?
I don't know.
Did Shannon FaceTime Thug that night?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Shannon FaceTime Thug, but Thug didn't answer?
No.
You didn't tell him that?
I don't think I said no shame. I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you were right there when he FaceTimed Thug, but he didn't answer?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you? Yes. Your Honor, if we can approach, I can show the court.
I couldn't really hear Shard. Let's see if this tells us what Shard may have said.
And Mr. Zachary, let me rephrase and apologize. Was Roscoe, were you present when Roscoe FaceTimed Thug,
I don't know.
not Shannon? All right. Do you remember telling the police that Roscoe FaceTimed Thug, but that Thug didn't answer?
Yeah, I remember because they kept trying to make it seem like Mr. Williams had that set up. Yes, I remember.
And what now?
Yes, I remember telling them that because they kept trying to make it seem like Mr. Williams told them to do it.
So who to do what?
Roscoe to do what he did.
Okay. And do you remember telling the police that you were at a gas station on Northside Drive when that happened? When Roscoe FaceTimed Thug?
Yes, because they kept trying to make it seem like Mr. Williams had something to do with it, and I was telling them he didn't.
Now, when you say they kept trying to make it seem like that, what happened to make you believe that?
Because the way they were sent, and like, oh, like they'll say something, oh, ain't nobody just doing that without getting approved from this person to that person. I'm like, man, nobody tell nobody what to do. I'm like, he ain't, you know what I said. Shit, you got paper if you gonna tell the truth.
You understand that the only person that can give testimony is you on the stand, right? That was the question. Okay.
What is with the mics today?
Now, did you ever buy a gun for Woody?
I bought it, and I think he stole it or something like that.
You think it got stolen?
I remember buying a gun.
Uh-huh. Okay. Did you buy that gun for Woody?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you remember telling the police that you purchased a Taurus PT 140 40 caliber firearm?
Yes,
Do you remember seeing the receipt for
yes.
the guns?
Yeah.
Do you remember seeing your handwriting on a receipt for a Diamondback 223?
Yes.
And thank you to Mr. 804 for gifting a sub. Super nice. Make sure you say thank you if you got it. And choose a member emoji to use. We've still got Mario Kart
remember-
racers in there.
Talking to the police about a gun that you left in Montung's car?
Yes.
All right.
Man, how long I'm about to be up here, man? Goddamn head. What?
I said, I'm almost through.
Keep asking these same questions. Yes, I remember everything about the guns I bought.
Okay.
I'm convicted of it.
All right.
I'm trying to have patience with y'all. I'm up
Do
here.
you
Chest
remember
hurt, head hurt.
Did the police, after you were arrested with that gun at the gas station, do you know if they searched your house?
Yes.
And do you know everything that they found?
No.
Okay. Did the police ask you about Demekion Garlington's phone number?
I don't know.
Okay.
We done.
Mr. Zachary, you're welcome to have that water if you want, and just take some
I need some drugs. Narcotic. Like, I got chronic care issues. You know that. She keep asking the same questions.
She's also asked you if you needed somebody to get your prescription. If the client that was with us.
They might kill me. I'm scared.
Thank you.
What's
Do
up
you
with
remember talking
Judge
to the
not using the
police,
mic?
about Gang shooting on Empire Park at YSL?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police or identifying for the police Doo-Wop in his car?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you knew Nard since you were 12 years old?
I don't remember.
Do you remember IDing Yak for the police?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police about a Draco with a shoulder strap
I don't remember.
that Nard had the day before the murder?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Nard was from Browns Mill?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Nard had Bentley's nitro every day?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that Roscoe is a hype man for Jeffrey Williams?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police, in addition to Yak, Shannon, and Duop, that defendant Williams also allowed Nard to drive the Infinity?
I don't know.
Huh?
I don't know.
Now, did you tell the police that you saw defendant Shannon Stillwell I'm sorry. Did you tell the police that you went to Florida with Demekion, Shannon, Kenneth, Diamante, and Nard?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Nard left for Florida before the other people did?
I don't know.
Did you talk to the police again in 2017?
I don't know.
All right.
We gotta go through all this same stuff again?
Do you think you remember more about 2017?
No, I don't remember nothing 2017. I don't remember nothing. You keep asking me the same question up here in pain, chest hurting, head hurting. That's illegal. I don't know about my rights, but I'm pretty sure y'all violating them.
Yeah, can I give, will the court be willing to give the witness a moment to get some Tylenol or?
Okay, I'm allergic to Tylenol.
Will the court be willing to give us a brief break to see what we can get to Mr. Zachary? Yes.
Yes.
And I know that we should be expecting them possibly to not come back. I was seeing Thugger Daily said that court is starting at 12 noon tomorrow, guys, by the way. So. And then I think they just really come back in. I don't know if they say anything here, but we'll jump forward to the bit where they come back and end up dismissing for the day, going into recess for the day. Yes, she did. Yes, she did offer him Tylenol. Come back and see if they say anything. Oh. Okay, an attorney wanted to step out.
So I'm not going to adjourn for the day. Whoa, hang on. Sorry. My bad. And I mean, I'm going to wait for a few minutes for Ms. Love to come back, just in the event she might have something to report that we all need to hear. I doubt it, but as soon as we hear back from her, I think we can adjourn for the day.
And again, shout out to Mr. 804 for gifting a membership, and also ST Satchel gifting another one. You guys are sniping out here. Coley Goodman said, I'm going to become a member on my own. Thank you so much for joining. Rana became a new member. Thank you. And I'm not actually sure, do they come back for like a little bit right here? And again, my 12 p.m., that's coming from Thugger Daily, so I don't know if it was actually said here. And they come back. So what productive things can we get done with our extra 3 hours of time tomorrow, chat? Yeah, right? So Marzena says Tylenol is like M&Ms. It's crazy for Love to think that Tylenol will help with narcotics withdrawal, but it's Love. Like, she doesn't understand, and she doesn't care that she doesn't understand.
I will see.
All right, let's see.
Okay.
Let's see if we get a time out of this.
No, we just,
Okay.
no, we can, I think we can accommodate what he needs to get.
Okay. All right. Well, if there's nothing else for today, I will see everybody at the designated time tomorrow.
No. No. Okay.
All right.
Let me check if Kathy Roussan gave us maybe a Y12. And not to speculate, but I'm speculating a bit. Why do we have, did we know? Like, I'm with Sweet Za Music who says, why the late start tomorrow? And Kathy's confirming also the 12 p.m. ET start. So, and that's court starting. That's not like, hey, jury, come in at 12. We're going to work on evidentiary stuff between 9 and 12. So I don't know if this is pre-planned or if it's something that they just put together now, because the last thing we're ending with is maybe Zachary needs some medication. He's not holding up too well. So I don't know, guys. I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer there. Yeah, I heard that too. Love was saying something about accommodating Zachary. Okay, and that would make sense, Jasmine Jones. I think the judge has a meeting. That would make sense. Yep, we've got different time zones here, 3 p.m. for that part. Ian says, I need meds listening to Love. But yeah, so obviously we're going to have Quindarius Zachary back for more direct tomorrow. I don't know. I feel like if she's going to play these videos, these interviews, it's got to be a whole full day. And now we have a half day tomorrow. So I expect we'll at least still be into Wednesday with direct examination. I could be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong. If it is into Wednesday, I hope that Wednesday is the last day of direct examination. Like, it's daunting, it's hard to follow. It just doesn't make sense. Maybe playing the interviews will give it more of a storyline for us to follow, but I don't know. I don't know. Oh, wait, and hold on. You guys are saying 12 p.m. PST. No, it's Eastern time. 12 p.m. Eastern time. 12 p.m. Eastern time. Unless we have a mistake here. I don't know why they would start at 3. That seems like... If they're going to start at 3, they might as well have it be Sprinkle and not bring this witness who's, you know, dealing with pain and illness. Oh, boy. Also, big shout out to Chloe Albert for all the chats and commentary today. Chloe says to her juror, this case is the equivalent to that piece of IKEA furniture that you get home and realize was a return and some of the screws are missing. You gotta look for the taped up box to make sure you're not gonna get one of those. Oh, man. King and Queen says, day 4,359 and still no Rico. I don't even want to joke about the number 4,359 because I don't want to get there. I don't want to get there. We're on day 135 and there is no end in sight at all. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the super chat. Bama Rose says, none of the witnesses' stories match 100%, so how is the jury supposed to understand the complete story? She loses us and we can rewatch it many times. I agree, and I think this is today more than ever. I've seen a lot of people say, I think it would have made more sense. Like, I got some comments, some replies on X. I've seen it in the chat here today. I've seen it mentioned elsewhere more than usual that I think it would have made more sense to try these co-defendants separately, right? Keep the storyline condensed to what would involve maybe that person in particular and something that more concretely ties them to an association with somebody else. There's pros and cons to trying everybody, or trying at least 6 of them together. And again, remember, don't forget Leah Abbasi and Angela DeWilliams' argument that part of Rodalius Ryan, part of his role is so that he can be here to inflame the jury against the other 5 co-defendants. They insinuated that the state wants Rodalius Ryan tacked onto this just to make the other 5 on trial right now with him as a co-defendant to look extra bad. So, you know, pros and cons there, pros and cons. And then thank you so much. JT just became a member and gifted somebody, which is super sweet. He said I'm bringing, or she maybe, is bringing a +1. So thank you so much for joining and helping someone else become a member. And I think we're clear. You guys all heard that it was 12 p.m. Eastern, right? And again, maybe Kathy has a we're hearing this wrong from Kathy, but it does say Eastern here. And sweet, I see Steph just posted Flesh of the Gods link. So is Flesh of the Gods doing a stream coming up after this? I know Nick Starro is supposed to do a stream. Is there a stream coming up scheduled for Flesh of the Gods? I don't see one planned for Flesh of the Gods, but worth following or catching up on some rewinds if you want something to do to fill your time. And then I know Nick Starro's going live at 6:30 to recap today. Anywhere else you guys can think of that you see? Oh wait, Nick says 6:30 p.m. Eastern for me right now on my screen, so that's what I've got open. And if I go to my subscriptions tab, I don't really see anybody else like a scheduled live coming up. It looks like everybody ended because we were the ones behind today. So if you guys can think of anybody and want to shout them out in the chat, or if you want me to redirect you guys somewhere, we can do that. And any closing thoughts? What do you guys got? I don't really think today was really much of anything. I mean, anything that we need the jury to hear, they're going to have to hear it from the videos, and it'll depend on whether or not the jury can pay attention listening to the videos. If it's that same audio quality, I think it's really easy to tune out. And that is a flaw. You know, hopefully they get those interview rooms. They get some better quality in there, because if they want to use videos like that to prosecute people, I'm not saying that critical things are not said in those moments, but it is very difficult to follow with these long blocks of videos that are hard to listen to. It like just tunes you out, kind of makes you sleepy. So, oh boy. Oh yeah, and Classy Beats tonight at 8. That's not that far away. That's coming up in just a few hours here. So there we go. This is Classy Beats. Hit that notify button and come hang out with us. You will see so many familiar names. You will not believe it, and it's a really great time. Taybiz TV is sneaking in a 5. Hold on, Taybiz. Instead of super chatting, go live for us. Give us some content, Taybiz. And I just looked. I don't see you scheduling anything, but this would be a good time if you guys either want to catch up on the Fonnie Willis, Ashley Merchant hearing, or the judge jumping the bench. You know, the viral moment. Tay had done that this weekend. Great to be on replay crew for. And there we go. I don't even have like an actual redirect. I don't see anyone coming up in my redirect, but those are the places. Nick Starro is going to be live at 6:30. And then Flesh of the Gods, Taybiz TV both have a ton of content you can go and rewind on. And then Classy Beats, a few hours from now at 8 p.m. Eastern, we're calling it Club Classy, but it's really a music review and microphone giveaway for the music artists. You can come in, listen to music, rate some music, and it's a good time hanging out. We make a surprising amount of YSL references in there. On accident, but sometimes stuff becomes relevant. And last chance shoutouts, anyone? I think we have Wade Wilson I don't know if you guys are following that. I think Dolly Talk is going live to talk about Wade Wilson in a little bit. That's probably the closest thing here that we can set up a redirect to. Let's see. Add a redirect. Yeah, so we can do that. You'll be able to catch that for a little bit. And because that's at 6 p.m. Eastern. And then head over to Nick's between that. Keep us occupied. So there we go, you guys. That's all set up. I'll get you the link because, you know, sometimes the redirects, I don't know, they don't really carry everybody along. So here's the link for Dolly Talk. That's the quickest thing I see coming up. And that is the Wade Wilson case. And okay, and then I see at 7:30, we've got like a TV guide going on. So we've got Dolly, we've got Nick, and then between Nick and Classy Beads, we have Hella, or Excited Utterance, doing the Shayna Gardner case. Now that one's really interesting. It's a murder for hire case. There you go. I think we've got it all lined up. So, closing out for the day. See you guys around the same time tomorrow, 12 p.m. since court is starting late. It's not me. And we'll send you guys off. You guys always seem to like leaving the chat with this song. You guys all take care. See you somewhere in the YouTube world.
A as in Alicia, and B, Your Honor, as in Barry. C as in Colette.
G as in Goldfeather. K as in kittens. M as in magic. P as in perfect. C as in Colette. U as in unbelievable. V as in victory. W as in wonderful.
O for objection. S for sustain. E for buffering. E for Pepto-Bane. S for slime, my friend, and you as in what you mean. I as in I don't recall. M as in may I sleep. All the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round. Never gonna let me down. G for gavel slams down P. T for tell 'em anything. R for rights we stand. I for infinity. Life's a courtroom dance. Keep your stances strong. With ABCs of steel, you can never go wrong. Oh, the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round. Never gonna let me down. Of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round. Never gonna let me down. Oh, the ABCs of steel